じゃあ3個目も行くわ。 Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
横浜。
The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine. Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
伝統と革新、オグラクラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、オグラレーシングクラッチ ORC。
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンナ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対守り性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を間違いである。高品質と納得の価格、太陽ポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンナ。
What's up guys, it's Freddy Gospo and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
横浜。
Made in Japan. Breed.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for those of you out there. It's been a long 23-week off season, but here we are for the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Round 1 for 2022 at Suzuka Twin Circuit.
That's right, you said Formula Drift Japan. So we are in Japan, and it's Mie Prefecture, Suzuka Twin Circuit. We are right next to the big F1 course. It's like the sister course, I believe, for the Suzuka Circuit. But yes, we're back for another season of Formula Drift Japan.
And you can see right now, we're kind of wrapping up the practice session right before we jump into this qualify session with the 47 drivers that we have listed today.
Yeah, exactly, and we have a qualify session going in a little bit. But let us go ahead and show you guys a little bit of our new Motor Games girls that is joining us. They're going to be cheering on the drivers and also the series for 2022.
Yes, and they'll also be doing a little bit of pit reporting throughout the qualifying, possibly top 32 and top 16.
Exactly, and I believe that these girls will be here for all the rounds, and like you said, they're going to be doing interviews and probably some interaction with the drivers and the team, because they're going to be the eyes and the ears and everything for us from the pits. So,
speaking of pits, you can see in the background, hey, jumping right into it, here we are, the live stream on the Japanese side. We're going to have Tom Saiba once again, like you heard him before, but also we have
the legendary race car driver, Nobuteru Taniguchi, is going to be commentating, and also over here it says Daijiro Yoshihara. Dai is our guest judge for the round 1, alongside with me and Yoichi Momura. So there's Yoichi Momura, and here we are. Ron Nishida, and also commentating. This is your what?
Third year,
right?
season
Yeah.
so far.
Third year. Katie Harris. If you catch us on some mistakes, go ahead and blast us on live stream.
Blast him though. Make sure you blast him. Expect mistakes out of me.
Yep.
But no, for real though, I'm glad you guys are out there tuning in to us, and we're excited for this schedule right here. It's the same schedule as last year, but it's a little spread out, so it gives a lot more time for these drivers to get the cars ready for every single round.
Exactly. We have 6 rounds in the championship this year, starting off with Suzuka, which is this weekend. The next round, the second round is going to be in June. Emerson Circuit, West Course. We're going to go back to that track again. Very high speed and cool track. After that, we have the big track up north in Miyagi Prefecture, which is Sugo, Sportsland Sugo. After that, we got the Toge style track up in Shiga Prefecture, which is Okubiki Motor Park.
And then finishing of us, we're going to have Okayama, 2 big tracks, Okayama and Fuji, finishing with us off. So moving on, let's check out the champion history that we have here. So, our triple stake winner right there, Andrew Gray, he unfortunately won't make it to this round, but he is going to be there, as usually said. And there he is right there. And then also, talking about that, Mad Mike Witt, he's actually not here also, but he plans on being here to compete this year, so we can't wait to see him.
Exactly, and when you see the 2020 and the 2021 champion, Yamashita, he is going to be back this championship to do a 3-peat, hopefully. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be gunning for that because Andrew Gray is the only one that did a 3-peat in Japan. And I'm pretty sure in the U.S. we have Formula USA drivers. That's I think James Dean, and there's several other drivers that have the 2 championships. Well, let's go ahead and see. Let's go back to the going to the Masters run in his Well ATX 100 2 piece, which he brought up. He was pretty flawless all through the year.
But it's going to be interesting because last year he took first here at Suzuka Twin. So it's going to be very interesting. He's probably going to try to get a repeat out here of taking the first place position here, the podium position.
There is Yamashita's pits right there, and you see Yamashita coming back to the pits. I'm pretty sure they were going to be getting the car prepped for the qualifying. Like you said, he's probably gunning to qualify first again, following last year's qualify session.
Beautiful car, beautiful build, and it looks like they're ready to go this year once again.
Yes, I believe this is a Weld original body kit for the JZX chassis. Look at that. He's probably running on 19s on the back. And as you see, he's on Hibino tires. A lot of horsepower. And here we go. Here's the entry list of some of the interesting drivers that we have. Tetsuya Hibino, back in a brand new car. Tomoki Tanaka, he is also in a new livery of the JZX. As you see the entry list, we're going to go ahead and go along. We're going to go through it real quick. But we are starting from the lowest number of their car number right here. So,
and then right there at top, you got Mao Yamanaka coming from FDJ2. And then rolling down the list, you got Daigo Saito. That's a well-known name right there coming into the FDJ circuit.
He's going to be doing full season this year. So, Matsukawa in the 8.6.
And fan favorite right there, Yukio Fausto. I see you guys already on the live stream. I'm checking it out. And I heard your calls. We have our little plexiglass in between us, but our master's still on. So I'm going to try to see if I can free us a little bit of that. Yeah, but there you go, wrapping us up right there.
Hiroya Minoa, there you go, the 12-year-old. I want to see. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to do in the series. He's going to be driving the Cusco 890 Supra. And let me go ahead and explain to you a little about the track. We have the start line, Suzuka Twin Circuit. This is the normal way of driving it. It's the right way. Basically, you got the outside zone 1 on the right side, outside zone 2 deeper after the outside zone 1. Then you have a transition going to the outside zone 3, which is the hairpin. And there's a long stretch in between outside zone 3 to 4. There is a touch and go in between, which is right in front of the judging stand. They're all going to shallow up. It's almost going to be like a straight line burnout, but there are limits where they're not supposed to crank their steering too much to the right or straighten the car way too much, because they could end up getting an incomplete or a very low score on the style score. And once again, right before the finish line, which a lot of people do make mistakes out there at the outside zone 4, they, I don't know if they get too comfortable after they finish the touch and go, because it's really intense going through there, and they kind of give up at outside zone 4. So I've seen a lot of cars go off at outside zone 4 or spinning out right before the finish line, and you cannot spin going through the finish line either.
And that's the big thing right there, is that touch and go region right there. They're carrying that momentum into that outer zone 4, which that's where we've seen a lot of the washouts into the out of bounds area, or whatever you want to call it on that. But coming in out of outer zone 2, we've seen a lot of spin outs and loss. But here we are with our judges. For the line judge, we're going to have Daijiro Yoshihara. He's actually going to be our guest judge this round, and hopefully we can get him back again. And then once again, we have Yoichi Mamura and Robbie Nishida.
Yeah, it's Slide or Daijiro Yoshihara. He's standing next to me smirking, but yeah, he's our special guest this time, and I believe that we're going to be going through the U.S. judges they're supposed to be flying into here, but the traveling restrictions are still a little strict, where we're having trouble having drivers come in as well. Here you go, the line judge has 30 points total, 5-10, 5-5-5-5 at the outside zones, and the touch and go. Angle judge, same thing as the line judge, and the style judge, which is me, I'm going to have 20 points for commitment and 20 points for fluidity throughout the track. I know the U.S. is starting to break down the points a little different, and I believe that the FD Japan series is going to be following their footsteps in the near future as well. So as of now, we are going with the similar judging point style from what we had previously in the FDUS. And speaking of which, FDUS.
There you go right there. We have qualifying winner last year here at Suzuka Twin, Tetsuya Hibino. This is where he debuted his Liberty Walk built S15 4-rotor twin turbo. Got a 94 on his qualify run. Came out to really show the potential of this car and did a phenomenal job all year round in this car. But it's pretty exciting. I can't wait till y'all see his new build. He's actually debuting another vehicle this year. There you go.
There you go, Hibino Tetsuya Hibino driving the R35 GTR. It is a 4-rotor single turbo. Yes, and it is loud and it's a beast. I hope they're looking at the engine, because they're just, happy to see the car running and being ready. hopefully it's not any problems out in the pits. I think they're just getting ready for the qualifying. It looks like there's some peace signs and hands up. So they are later in the. They're going to be driving later in the qualifying because of the order we have. We have the order because the newcomers will be driving earlier, and it's going to be the reverse of last year's ranking. And the new cars obviously is going to be driving first.
Yeah,
so.
Hibino is going to be going second to last. So definitely he has some time to, relax, check out all the other drivers and then really rip and see if he could get that first pace qualify run.
Yeah, speaking of which, shout out to the FDUSA guys who are not here. Usually we had them here maybe about 3 years ago or so before the whole COVID. But we all miss you guys, and also the fans out there. Thank you for tuning in with Formula Drift Japan. I know the live stream has changed a lot, and I'm kind of loving it the way it is. The lineup of drivers, it's very amazing to see different champions coming into this, and also a lot of the young drivers who are in their 20s and even teen. Oh, it's not even a teenager yet.
He's
yeah,
12 years old. That's insane.
Driving as well. So that's something that we are looking forward to. I honestly don't even know who's going to be qualifying, and I don't even know who's going to be winning the round tomorrow because everybody is possible contender.
Exactly. I want to roll back to what you were saying with the fans out there. Appreciate y'all tuning in live, but just remember, we actually now have spectators here. I know halfway through the season, we started having spectators at our events, but now this year we're opening up for spectators. We have our vendor booths out there. We'll check them out here on the live here soon, but we also have our merch, so go check out our merch and go get some FD Japan gear. But no, this is a beautiful zone, so right now you could check out the pits area right there, but if they keep zooming right from outer zone 2, wrapping all the way to outer zone 3 and the touch and go, that's pretty much where all spectators are going to be on a ridge. It's a pretty sweet view, pretty sweet venue to see live action drifting. So there's a nice overview right there coming back in. So 3 years ago, they were running the track the opposite direction. This is actually the right way of going on Suzuka Twin Circuit. And they're coming down on one end, and they're going to swing around. Hey, if y'all can hear me out there, we're trying to square it away. I see your comments. We're trying to get the audio fixed. Right there's the start gate. Looks like our first driver is going to be up and ready. But it's going to be a good day of qualifying with 47 drivers. Masanori Kohashi is going to be the first qualified run, so he'll be leading the pack, and I have a strong feeling these first, half dozen or so drivers up are going to really set the pace for the whole day for qualifying.
Yeah, so I'm not even sure that if our audio is actually going through for everybody to hear, but hopefully it is. Right now, like you said, Kohashi is a 2019 D1 champion. He is going back, I believe, to get his tires warmed up again. Once again, we are waiting for some technical difficulties currently. Oh, looks like everything's worked out. So
hey, let me see a thumbs up if it sounds good out there for y'all out there. But he's going to get his tires warmed up. His Ling Long tires, by the way, coming in this series with the Team Orange. We'll see here once he gets his tire run. But you can see right there, we expanded the pits area to the other side because the rigs that were coming in, hopefully we'll get a good walk around.
Yeah, we will.
If you didn't see our walk around through our live on the Instagram, go check it out, Formula Drift Japan Instagram, and you can check out our live walkthrough of the pits, and we'll try to get more footage and stuff through there.
Yeah, so check this out. Kohashi is new to the series, and yesterday during qualifying, he blew up his motor. So they had to take the car back out, and it looks like they got everything squared away. The car looks like it is running healthy, and yeah, he's ready to rock and roll.
Here he is getting lined up. I'm getting a little bit of 50-50 going on with the thumbs up, thumbs down. So hopefully we'll fine-tune this. But like you said, this live is going to be a lot better this year. We're just trying to get the kinks out. But I'm looking forward to this Rock and Roll 2022 year that we're going to have with these drivers that are coming out.
Yeah, the new drivers, the lineup is looking pretty amazing. And I know the guys, the old school, the vets, FD Japan vets, are probably going to say, hey, it's not that easy to get in. We only have 32 spots for the drivers to fight for tomorrow's tandem runs. And here you go. This is Masanori Kohashi. He is also in his 20s. He's a very young driver as well. And he's going for maybe the top spot for the top 32. Let's see how his first run is going to be.
All right, here he is coming in. Starting us off fresh in the 2022 series. Here he is coming to Outer Zone 1. Kohashi coming through Outer Zone 2. Beautiful job ripping through into Outer Zone 3. Nice layout right there. Taking out the pylon into this touch and go region. And can he carry it through to that all the way outer portion of Outer Zone 4 here to the finish? And not a bad run. And like I said, he was going to land a solid run. These first half dozen or so drivers are really going to set the pace for the rest of these drivers.
Wow, that was a pretty impressive run to be a season opener run right here, and especially being brand new to the series. It looks like he knows what's going down. Right here, S style, very smooth, and I think it was a great run. There's a little bit left over for him on the line, on the outside zone too. But let's go ahead and see this. Very smooth and beautiful. Staying on angle, goes to the touch and go, not as deep, but makes it through the other outside zone. So very impressive driving by Kohashi. So I'm expecting the score to be fairly high for it being a first run.
Yeah, definitely setting the bar. Making it kind of tough on these judges because, it's kind of hard for you guys to, really get that fine tune where everybody's at. But we'll see how they do. And he's been doing a phenomenal job throughout practice anyways. But next up at the line is going to be number 10.
I'll just wait for the score real quick. Is the score going to come up or what?
We'll see here.
Yeah, so during the off season, as a judge, I kind of watch, older rounds, and also it was kind of cool that I was able to see the Formula Drift long piece that just happened too, and the Super Drift. So that was kind of cool. So I got to play judge. But let's go ahead and check out this car. This replay of Kohashi right here. Very smooth, and he looks like he's on gas pretty early, and that's exactly what we want. We want the car to be sideways as fast as possible. We want them to be on gas as fast as possible as well. So a very smooth run. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this team and this driver to do a great job for the season. There you go.
87 for his first qualified run for Kohashi.
That seems like that's a high enough score to keep himself or get himself a spot in the top 32, but not bad job by Kohashi on his first run.
Really good job. But like you were saying in Outer Zone 3, that's going to be the part where they really have to judge their line to hit the touch and go. So we'll see how they're going to. But next up is going to be number 10, Hokuto Matsuyama, my bad on that, with the Trail Motor Apex Racing T-Mar Toyo Tire GR86.
Yep, so he is Daigo Saito's teammate, and he is also a young driver. Let's see how he's going to handle this.
Coming in with a 1,000 horsepower GR86, coming into Outer Zone 2, beautiful job. Taking out that pylon, let's see how he's going to rip here into the touch and go. Beautiful approach here with a solid rip into Outer Zone 4, and nice finish there.
Wow, I would have to say that that was a pretty impressive run for his first run too, being in the series. Very smooth, and it looks like he knows what to do. Very quick to angle at the entry. It looks like he doesn't have too much commitment around outside zone 2. Very late to be on gas, but it looks like he's handling everything else throughout the track fairly well. Great job by Matsuyama. We're going to have to start to remember these new names because I know you're going to struggle, Kenny, with the Japanese names. But
I'm just brushing off the 23 weeks of hanging out. So yeah, beautiful build. You can see. We'll see what the judges have to say. Definitely tough on these judges right off the bat.
Yeah, so as a style judge, I don't want to see twitchiness. I want to see fast on gas, fast rate angle going from straight at transitions. We want to see full angle to full angle, and also a lot of commitment going into the turns. Don't want to see a lot of e-braking. Don't want to see a lot of lifting. All we want is, pedal to the metal, car at full angle everywhere, which is hard, but I think it's possible for a lot of these drivers to do it. And it looks like these two young drivers that already went, which were the first two runs for our first round. Looks like they're doing a good job. It says replay, but it's not a replay right now. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but yeah.
For you, a nice overview right there. But there you go. There's Outer Zone 2 and Outer Zone 3. And on the right side, there we go. Here we go. 82.
82 points. Not bad for a first run, yeah. First run in the series, and definitely being in the 80s is probably his comfort, or for him to be comfortable.
Exactly. He's definitely up there, like I said before, setting the bar. But next up at the line, a lot of you know him out there, number 87, Daigo Saito in the Trail Motor Apex Racing T-Mar GR86. Also 1,000 horsepower. It's almost like a complete duplicate.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he's going to be because he's my ex-teammate too in the U.S., but the next U.S. FDUSA champ. Let's see his first run.
Here he is coming in. Ripping into Outer Zone 2. See how he's swinging around to Outer Zone 3 here. Beautiful job. Let's see how he can come in and make it connect here through the touch and go. Finishing off strong here in Outer Zone 4. Definitely wasn't that true Daigo rip on that first initiation coming into Outer Zone 1.
I'm not sure if he is trying to take it easy or what, but there are a little bit of things right here. E-brake pull, kind of on e-brake too much. Doesn't go so deep in outside zone 2, doesn't go so deep in outside zone 3, but he had a little hesitation in outside zone 3. But the rest of the time, he is committed, very smooth, very exciting driving, and I would have to say that not bad for a first run for an ex-champ here in FD Japan.
I'll tell you this though, his practice runs were a lot more aggressive, so I'm expecting a lot more out of him his second run, especially since he just probably wanted to lay something down. This is his first debut back into FDJ. But let's see this replay once again.
And there you go. This is a drone footage, but kind of far. There you go. And this is kind of easy to see the line outside zone 1 he fills. Outside zone 2, he's not too deep into the outside zone 2. And right here, too, there's a little bit of a hesitation going into outside zone 3 and leaving the zone a little early, but I think he's on the right track and the right line going through the touch and go, and fairly does a good job filling the outside zone 4. Let's see what his score is going to be.
We got a lot of mid-80s going. There you go, 84. Man, once again this year, our online judges here through the chat are on point.
Oh, really? They're pretty good?
Yeah, they were saying about 85 or so. So good job to Daigo Saito, good solid run. But we'll see what kind of flair he's going to bring out for his second qualified run later on. Looks like at the line we got the next guy up, ready to go, number 88, Roy Okabe.
Yeah, he is coming in from the FDJ2 series, so this is his first FDJ round.
Yes.
And FDJ2 is a pro spec, same as the pro spec in the US, the FDUSA series. And yeah, Ryo Okabe is also a young driver.
Looks like here he is coming down the strip with a Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100, Mark II, ripping in, and it's awesome to see. You come out here at Team Kazama, coming out deep with the cars, rolling with 5 cars this week. Look at this, coming into that touch and go. Ooh, struggle a little bit right there to the latter half of that touch and go. Ooh, and almost dipping a tire there into outer zone 4.
Yeah, it looks like his flare just kind of lost his flare as he was driving by us going to the touch and go. So that was a very low energy run by Okabe for his first run. But let's go ahead and check this out.
There's a replay, kind of came into outer zone 1 a little late there. And right there he left, he didn't even get to outer zone 3. And this is where he kind of struggled through that touch and go. So all around, he wasn't in the right area at the right time for a lot of these zones. See if we can get another replay on there.
Yeah, so there was a struggle for him trying to keep the car sideways, and this is what we're talking about, where you have to be smooth going through the touch and go in front of the judging stand. And I mean, it's like right in front of our face, and it's really obvious too. So.
And the big thing is during practice he struggled a little too. He did a lot. He spun out a lot, but this time he was able to connect the track, but just wasn't quite able to get deep enough into those zones.
Yeah, and you know, talking about some of the drivers that are coming in that hasn't made it, or let's go ahead and check out this replay real quick.
Like you said before, you can see where he's at for the zones.
Yeah, there you go, and not as deep on outside zone 2, pretty much misses outside zone 3, and right here he does leave a little too early, doesn't go too deep on the touch and go. And does a good job at outside zone 4, but it looks like he is losing a lot of heat going through the finish line. So hopefully it's not like a car problem or anything that's keeping him to perform how he's supposed to be performing. But there you go, 67 points.
67 for his first qualified run, coming from FDJ2 into the FDJ series. We'll see if he can connect the lines a little better and make the zones for his second run. Definitely has some room to build, but got to run in the books.
Yeah, so he did get a score for his first one. The 67, I'm not sure yet because we only had 4 drivers go and get scores. So
next is going to be number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro, in his Icing Good Ride JZX 100 Mark II.
Yeah, so he's a repeater as well. I believe that he was competing in the FDJ last year as well, and I'm pretty sure that he is going for a higher spot in the series. Let's go ahead and see his first run.
Here he is coming in, 700 horsepower, rolling, missing outer zone 2 there. See if he can connect it here for the rest of the second half of the track. Left outer zone 3 just a little early, but here he is, zipping right in front of the judge stand, swinging around to outer zone 4. As you can tell from his car last year to this year, he changed the livery. Has a little bit of his own style with the 2 different sponsors on each side.
Yeah, so style judge-wise, when I see it, when the way he was driving around, you know, we hear it and see it and everything right here. Does an okay job when he does the transition, not deep enough at the outside zone 2, and there was a lot of hesitation for him to make the transition from outside zone 2 to 3, which doesn't make him go deep into outside zone 3 and kind of lines him up in an awkward position going to the touch and go in the outside zone 4. So I am I'm afraid that it's not going to be a super high score, but I'm pretty sure that he's going to have a score in there. But definitely something that you don't want to, you know, get an incomplete on your first run. It's going to pressure you, so you want to go ahead and lay down some kind of score and go from there. So let's go ahead and see how he's going to do for a second run as well. But great job by Meguro taking the car out around the track.
Oh, for sure. He has a lot to clean up there, but like you said, he got a run in the books. But we're going to see, I feel that we're going to see some of the struggling like he had through a lot of these cars. But once again, let's see this replay.
Yeah, so this is Meguro's first run. Not as quick at transition or at initiation either. And there you go right now. Leaves outside zone 3 way too early. Leaving it early before the zone ends, it's okay to set yourself up going to the touch and go here, but he left a little too early, I think.
Looks like we're going to have a score coming up, and there it is right there. Meguro's going to get a 72. So a lot of room left for him to collect in his second qualified run.
Yeah, and you know what? I tell a lot of these drivers that the line score is, I'm not going to say it's the easiest to get because there's no walls here, and you could kind of push it to the outside boundaries, you know. So, yeah, definitely it's going to hurt you a lot if you're not getting, you know, high 20s in for the line score.
So we got another JZX coming up. It's going to be number 330, Shigehisa Sasayama in his DSL.com Chaser. 780 horsepower, a little bit more than Meguro's. Let's see how he's going to rip around. Nice job. Looks like he was a little shallow though right there with his transition coming out of zone 3. But definitely able to connect that touch and go to outer zone 4 here and rip through.
Yeah, so once again, I am going to, this is almost like a repeat. As a style judge, it's very similar to Meguro's run, but the initiation isn't, there's no flare in the initiation right here. Kind of, there you go.
Real subtle.
Makes a, yeah. And right here, when they're the transition, they try to set themselves up, but they're doing a lot of things to keep the car sideways, wanting to go to the outside line. They e-brake, they wait. You know, we have to see the car switch back as quickly as possible, and the driver has to get right back on gas as soon as possible as well. So,
and that's the big thing, because that's a long sweeper there from outer zone 3, and then you're coming through the touch and go. So like you were saying before, when you're leaving outer zone 3, it's almost like they're making a massive turn coming into outer zone 4.
Yeah, and exactly. But you don't want to stay on the outside zone 3 too much. You want to leave it just right where it ends, because if you come out too wide on outside zone 3, it's going to make you struggle going towards the touch and go.
Yeah, they start diving in, and it's like too much of a, sharp angle into that touch and go, which we've seen a lot in the practice, but these drivers are slowly fine-tuning them. So we'll see what the scores are coming in from the judges. So far, our highest score is our first qualifier, Kohashi, with an 87. And there you go, a 70 for Sasayama.
Yeah, so like I said, kind of similar run, not so much flair in the first run, but hey, he got a score out there, 70 points. Let's see, after, you know, another 40 drivers or so are going to be driving. Let's see where the average is and how they can make it. But there you go, similar score to Meguro, where the line, he got the 19. There's 11 more points in between him, just for the line score. So something you want to make sure you cover.
So here we go. Next up at the line is going to be Kazuhiro Kubo. He was here last year with his vacancies with Weld, Cockpit Kobe 180SX. So we were talking about last year, his brand, Vacancies, is actually like a VIP style car brand for aftermarket parts. But here he is coming around. Looks like he didn't quite get into outer zone 1 or 2, just bypassing, flying through the track right now, but able to get all the way through in outer zone 3. Beautiful job in outer zone 3. But how is he going to connect the rest of the track here into outer zone 4? It looks like he's losing his back bumper into outer zone 4 right there.
All right, so I would have to say fluidity level not bad, and the commitment level basically is not bad, but it doesn't look like he's even trying to get into the outside zones, and there's not much of a flare when he's initiating, also doing a transition from outside zone 2 to 3 too. And we want to see full angle to full angle. He's definitely low on the angle as well, and not filling the zones. So I'm pretty sure that he will be getting a lower score. I can't dock him too much on the style side of it, because it's not like he's making crazy adjustments. He's just not driving through the right place with a ton of angle.
Yeah, I felt like he was almost doing a chase run where he was sacrificing some of his angle to keep that,
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's just trying to drive fast through the track.
Exactly.
But, you know, obviously this is a drifting competition, so we want to make sure that you have the correct car placement and also try to give it as much angle as possible.
And you saw right there, outer zone 3 did a beautiful job. And then right there finishing real strong. But that first half of the track is what he has to collect himself and get it back together to collect the points that he's missing. So he's got that 900 horsepower 180SX. Let's see what the score is from the judges. And there you go, a 72 for Kubo.
There you go, 72 points. So it's either you're filling the lines as much as possible. Like, there you go. The angle score is very low because he was very shallow throughout the track. It looks like he was in a hurry getting through the track. So let's go ahead and try to, you know, slow that down. Slow down the car and make it through the zones.
Next up, getting his tires warmed up. I mean, we could probably talk about him all day long because it's just astonishing at 12 years old, number 771,
Yep, and as a judge, I have seen this young man grow up because I've known him since he was a kid, and I don't want to say that there's like personal connections and people will be like, oh, that's not fair, blah, blah, blah. I am a professional judge. I watch him as a driver, and I will judge him as a competitor as well, but definitely somebody to look forward to because he's only 12 years old, and he is driving Cusco Racing's A90 Supra. That's just mind-blowing.
And here he is, Hiroya Minoa coming in. I know y'all know his last name, Minoa, Shinji, and his mom, Masayo. And here he is right there. Nice job in the outer zone 2. Caught all in outer zone 2, but is he able to get outer zone 3 and connect it to zone 4 here? Not bad there through the touch and go and finishing strong in the outer zone 4. But it looks like he had a little bit of hesitation, had me kind of jumble my words there, trying to watch the run and talk about it. But let's see the replay.
Yeah, so I would have to say that he does make it through the track. And let me go ahead and look at the line and stuff. He does fill the zones very well. And the replay's on. Oh, there you go. And he's back on. He looks like he's left foot braking through the outside zones and stuff, but I would have to say that the commitment level is kind of low because he looks like he has to slow the car down a lot and settle himself before he gets back on gas. That's something we want happening very quickly, where we want to see the rate of angle right away, get on the gas right away, and looks like he's struggling to do that, but maybe he is concentrating on just trying to trace the outside zones here at the track, but yep, let's go ahead and see this.
Yeah, he had some precision placement, but like you said, he did a little manipulating to get the car where he wanted it to be, taking away from the full fluidity of his run. But here you go right here, leaving outer zone 1, sweeping all the way out to outer zone 2 there, and trying to get early into outer zone 3, but not quite all the way in, but definitely had his position there in outer zone 3. And then
yeah, like you see, it looks like he's doing a great job on angle and line. And maybe that's what he's concentrating on doing or trying to take over. There you go, 78 points.
78 points for his debut here at Formula Drift.
Not bad at all because you have to understand, this is the first time for him to compete in this vehicle. And like I said, what were you doing when you were 12?
Riding a bicycle.
There you go, riding a bicycle.
So good job by Hiroya. Next up is going to be number 212, Ryutaro Oe, also coming from FDJ2.
And his father is also competing in this series as well. And yeah, we'll go ahead and get to that later, but this is a new car for him as well.
Yes.
A lot more power than the one he was driving in FDJ2. But
Yeah,
this is also a younger driver.
He was in an S chassis also in FDJ2, but here he is in the S15 in his Awa-tired Japan Environment Development Racing. Swinging around the outer zone 3. Beautiful job in the outer zone 3. And if I'm not mistaken, in FDJ2, he podiumed here. So definitely a track that he enjoys. And man, phenomenal job by Oe there. Definitely had to check out the replay to dissect his run and get a better view.
Yeah, so the entry for Oe, I wish there was a little bit more where the rate to angle is very low, then he gradually added angle. And it's kind of wobbly going through outside zone 2, but it does a good job, fairly good job through outside zone 3, or doing the transition going through outside zone 3, and very smooth through the touch and go. So I would have to say, oh, there you go, and another little shaky going from the outside, the touch and go to outside zone 4. So definitely not bad, but I know there's a lot more that he could do. Maybe he's gripped up a little bit too much, and looks like he's having a hard time trying to flick the car out to get to the maximum angle. But even this run looks pretty good, but I would have to say at parts he is kind of shallow. Like, I mean, the entry, not too much angle, yeah. And right here through outside zone 3, it looks like he's in the pocket. It looks like he's comfortable coming out of it. Nice angle throughout here, but it looks like he's struggling for angle again right here after the transition. Boom. He has to kind of drag the e-brake to give it more angle. So definitely not the cleanest run by Oe, but something to be happy for because, you know, he did put down a score for his first run.
First run here at FDJ. So yeah, like you were talking about earlier, we have a mix between our FDJ2 drivers coming into the series and then the ones from last year coming in, but we also have some new ones coming in, the competitors from other series. So definitely an interesting year.
And once again, because of COVID, we have foreign drivers that aren't here. We have Matt Hagen, which is from the U.S. His car didn't actually make it in time. It's at the border right now. We got Matt Mike Widet from New Zealand, which is the next champ in FD Japan. He is still waiting for his chance to be in Japan, and I'm pretty sure that these guys are going to be back for the FDJ2 round, or I'm sorry, the second round, which is going to be in Ebisu Circuit, and also Benjamin and Nian from Singapore.
Owe with the 76 for his first qualify run.
Yeah,
like you were saying, Matt is actually here. I actually talked to him yesterday, and yeah, his car's stuck at customs, so it's in country, but unfortunately he was able to get it out for the competition.
Yeah, but right here, this young man, Oe, it looks like he put down a score, and yeah, we're going to have to see what the average score is going to be for the weekend, and see if these young drivers and these young guns are going to be making it into the top 32 to mix things up going against the vets.
And it's very interesting, because last year was our first run for FDJ2, so that's why everything's interesting this year. And I'll tell you now, rolling up to the track, Robbie's attitude completely changed from how it was any other event, any other year. He's always happy to be here, don't get me wrong. But it's just, I don't know, there's something else. I don't know if it's because Dai's here. Maybe it's because Dai's here.
Well, I mean, Dai's here, and, seeing old faces, because, these guys I haven't seen for a while. I haven't been to the States because of the whole COVID stuff. But let's go ahead and go on to the competition. Here you go. This is car number 610, Kei Murakami driving his JZX.
His Village Up JZX 100 Mark II with 800 horsepower. Looks like, he's struggling there out of outer zone 2, or leaving outer zone 1 to outer zone 2. But is he going to be able to clean this up through the second portion here? Yeah, had a little bobble right there coming in out of outer zone 3. And all around has a lot to do to clean up
Yeah, it didn't look like he romped on it going from outside zone 3. He kind of gave up going in front of the judging stand.
So you can see here, definitely struggled throughout the track. Leaving outer zone 1, not able to carry his car all the way out to outer zone 2, and then right there he left outer zone 3 real early and then had a slight bobble there into the touch and go. But that was a rough one. We've seen a lot out of Murakami throughout the years, so we'll see, or throughout the previous years. But we'll see what the judges have to say about his first qualify run here today at the 2022 series.
Yeah, so we were. I was just kind of going over it, seeing what the judges, the other judges, felt as well. But we are kind of. We're not as strict right in front of the judging stand going to the touch and go. But looking at how well they mixed it from the outside zone 3 to 4, definitely that wasn't a good job where it looked like he gave up a little bit going from outside zone 3 and, had to cut in a lot to reinitiate almost. And usually we would probably do an incomplete. But since it does happen a lot to these drivers, we're docking them on the score. So definitely could do a better job on his second run by Kei Murakami. But he does have a score in for his first run. So let's see how he's going to do for his second run, which is going to be this afternoon.
So yeah, 65 for Murakami right there on his first.
Oh, and just a reminder too, if you guys are listening in right now, we do have the first qualifying runs and the second qualifying runs. In between the first and the second qualifying run, I believe we have like an hour window. So if you got to, go eat, do something, whatever we have to do, because that's a rule for the track here where they have to pause at lunchtime. I guess it's like a sound thing going around this area. So that's something that's the rules from the track. So we'll be right back after the first qualifying runs, going to the second. It's probably like an hour window.
So next up at the line right there is number 30, Takumi Sato, in his Team Kazama with Power Vehicle JZX 100 Chaser. Has about 500 horsepower under the hood with the 2J. Here he is. He's one of the 5, I believe, Team Kazama cars coming in. Here at round 1, a Suzuka Twin, rolling around outer zone 3. Not too bad in outer zone 3. Kind of left a little late. It looks like it might affect him through this touch and go, carrying it all the way to outer zone 4 here. And once again, another car struggling in that first half of the track. I didn't expect the first half to be the part where they struggle, but it really is a common denominator right now.
I mean, we're not in the car, and it's hard to say that too. But it looks like they are having a hard time at where they're going to initiate. and trying to be able to, make it all the way out, slide the car all the way out to outside zone 2. I know there's a lot of different grip levels, and the run up too. You have to make sure that you're building enough speed to kind of fling the car out to the outside zone 2. And you do want a lot of angle. You want to get back on gas as soon as possible. So that's a number of things that you have to do, and a lot of responsibilities to be able to get a high score on this track. So yeah, I mean, I would have to say the hardest part of the track is everything. So here's a drone shot. Here's a drone shot of Sato right here. And I think Sato's from Hokkaido, which is way up north, which is a different island. Or not different island, part of Japan, but it's a separate island.
And he's coming from FDJ2 also. He's one of the drivers from FDJ2. Beautifully built car by Team Kazuma. He's got all the Kazuma kit going on and everything, the flare. You can obviously tell Kazuma's Toyota has a lot of Toyota-focused products. Go check them out online. We'll see what score he has for the books.
Yeah, so I think they're just tallying up the scores, and meanwhile, they're just playing the replays of the drivers. But right here, does a good job at outside zone 1, doesn't fill outside zone 2, kind of late filling the outside zone 3. And right here, too, not so smooth, very low energy going through, a lot of steering correction there at the touch and go before the outside zone 4. Does an okay job outside zone 4. There you go, 73 points.
73 points for Sato. So we'll see. He has a lot to step up for style. A lot of points left there.
Yeah, so it looks like Sato and also Murakami was having a hard time, even at initiation, but after the outside zone 3, mixing it through the touch and go. This is a hard part. And since we are not giving out, or unless they're pretty much driving through straight, if they're like they're a slight angle, we're not going to give them incomplete. So here we go.
Roll right into his number 86, Kenichi Takashima, in his Team Ito Auto Ken with Hirano tires with good ride, JZX 100. Ripping in here, taking definitely a different line through this strip here for the touch and go. Left outer zone 3 real early, didn't even make it to outer zone 3 deep enough, but just able to hold on through that finish.
Yeah, he kind of lost commitment at outside zone 3 and at the finish line, or before the finish line. I like the way that he did do the initiation. Nice and wide, and also a lot of flair. Let's go ahead and check out Takashima's driving. Here you go, look at that. Boom, nice flick. It's like almost backwards. He does dip a tire out there, so he can't get back on gas as soon as possible. There you go. He hesitates to go to outside zone 3. And right here, after the transition right here, he has to wait, because he was trying to save the car from spinning out maybe or going off course. So there's a couple of things that he did make a mistake.
But yeah, like you always say, once you kind of make a mistake on the track, it kind of messes you up for the rest of the course. So it's kind of hard to make up for different zones, because these tracks are designed to connect them as one fluid motion all the way through.
Yeah, there you go.
Hard
Maybe
flick
that's not a backwards, that's like a 90-degree turn. But right here, I think because he did that deep angle, he couldn't reach the outside zone 3 because the car just flicked back too fast. And that's probably not what he wanted to do. And he looked really hesitant at outside zone 3 because he was probably trying to stretch the line so he can make the car go to the outside. But here you go, 74 points.
74 for Takashima. But yeah, you're definitely right. That's the big thing, is when he came in high, yeah, it was an aggressive flick, but I think it was too much because you're coming straight into outer zone 2. You're flicking into outer zone 2.
Everybody watching and also competing in these kind of series and this kind of judging style, you have to make sure that every point on the track counts. It's not just the initiation where you're like, boom, nice initiation, but the rest of the track is crap. You're not going to get a high score. So you have to make sure that you're on it throughout the track.
And like you always say, too, they have to, even though it's qualifying, they still have to act like there's somebody chasing them.
Yeah, and exactly. And qualifying is very important because the third place battle, there is no third place battle. Whoever qualifies higher is going to be third place. So let's go ahead and move on for the first runs. This is Konosuke Fujimoto, car number 218, driving S15.
His D-Dash Racing S15. Not quite able to get to outer zone 1 or 2, but I think he's trying to dive deep, but really not committing himself to that outer zone 3. but collecting himself here, leaving into outer zone 4. And yeah, it was not a very spectacular run. It was a run in the books, but you could see how he's trying to finesse himself in that second half of the track.
Yeah, I would have to say the commitment level after the first corner, he had to pull some angle out there, didn't go deep enough, and it looked like he didn't do a flick going from the outside zone 2 to 3. On gas through in front of the judging stand, which is great right here. And then right here too, after the transition, he had to drag on the e-brake just a little bit. But let's go ahead and see what his score is going to be. But yeah, like this is an SR, and you have to understand that, you know, these, I mean, maybe this car has 500 horsepower. We're talking like some of these cars are doubling horsepower, so.
Yeah, 540 horsepower and that 4-banger right there. I mean, he's.
Hey, you know what? But SRs could still do it. So don't give up on those motors because they're pretty they're good motors.
Exactly. If you build them right, they're good. But it's crazy. It's competing at this level.
Exactly.
Because I'm pretty sure in FDUS there's no SRs.
Yeah, I think the only 4-banger Ryan Turk drives in the Corolla. So that's like a 3AR or something. Oh, there you go.
There you go, 76. So it looks like the mid-70s is really being that like that happy medium, like not safe zone, but happy medium.
Yeah, there we go. Man, I'm ready to see some 80s, man.
Oh, I know.
And 90s.
I'm excited for the 90s.
Yeah, who's going to be making a 90-point run first or higher?
But next up at the line is number 12, Nagayasu Miyagi, Mr. Miyagi himself. Y'all know him from the Doctor last year. He was in FDJ2 in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles 8.6, 2J powered, 850 horsepower. Ooh, real struggle right there leaving outer zone 1, but can he get it here to outer zone 3? And rip right in front of us. Here he is. Carrying it all the way through. Oh, e-brake in a little, making an adjustment, coming into outer zone 4, but yeah, that was a rough one.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot less commitment by his driving right now. Right here, not a crazy flick, had to reinitiate or keep, drag on the e-brake, doesn't go out to the outside zone 2. All right job outside zone 3, very shallow coming out of there. And right here too, to make a transition, drags on the e-brake, then gets back on gas. There's a little bit of a gap there where we want to see the car light it up as soon as possible.
Yeah, he took away from his commitment throughout that track right there. And the big thing is for all of these FDJ2 drivers coming in, this track's nothing new. This is the same track that they competed on in FDJ2 series last year. So shouldn't be anything different, but they're definitely struggling. Yesterday was a beautiful day of practice all day. They practiced from 9 o'clock till 4 p.m., so they had a lot of practice going on. Definitely going to have to get the first round jitters out of their system and start showing us some flair for the judges and for y'all out there that are viewing in.
Yeah, so a lot of, I don't know, maybe he was gripped up a lot more than he was wanting to be, and it doesn't look, no, he didn't get an incomplete. He didn't get an incomplete, that was a mistake.
Oh. So got the judges.
Yeah, that was definitely a technical mistake that they have. So give us a minute. There you go. 68 points. Way more better than a 0.
Yes.
It's incomplete. Yeah.
Miyagi has a lot more to improve on his second run.
Yeah, because like you see the first few runs where we got the 80s, you can kind of tell where there's a lot of angle, a lot of commitment, a lot of throttle through those runs. So,
but another Team Kazama Auto with Power Vehicles cars up, number 75, Koji Nagase. He actually podiumed a few times in FDJ2, and here he is. He said he's ready to go. He has no nerves, and here he is ripping through outer zone 2. into outer zone 3. Not too bad in that first outer zone. And let's see how he's going to connect the rest here into the touch and go. And finessing the car around into this outer zone 4. Or is he going to be able to hold it and able to hold all the way through? Or was he able to carry it all the way out to the outside portion of outer zone 4?
I don't know if it's, the pressure or anything, but I think he podiumed here for FDJ2 because we had this track set up before and he did. Right here, he does an okay job on initiation. Doesn't reach outside zone 2 all the way. Kind of does an okay job filling outside zone 3. And right here, going through outside zone 3 to 4, the transition right here too, kind of late on the gas towards the end too. So I would have to say kind of a low energy run as a style judge, but let's see what the line and the angle judge has to say. And we're going to go ahead and tally up the scores to see what he's going to be getting for his first run.
Let's see how he was in these zones here with the drone footage. Like you said, not bad in outer zone 1, but outer zone 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of gap there where you can see the lines. And right here, too, doesn't fill the outside zone 3 as deep as he's supposed to be. And right here, I have to flick right there. There you go. You can kind of, this drone footage is great because you can see exactly where the cars are. And also the change in angle, too. When the car is kind of twitchy, you can tell by looking at it from the top.
There you go, 76 for Nagase.
Yep.
So I'm definitely ready to get out of the 70s groove.
Yeah, you know what? We have to change the, I don't know. They need to the excitement level looks like it's kind of lowering every time we're going through. I want to see a crazy run, so maybe this guy will do it because he was second in FDJ2. This is Yoshitaka Kaneda driving the Cusco Racing, brand new build GR86.
So he was in an 8.6, but they built him this GR86 to debut out here today. Coming from FDJ2, gonna lay his mark. See how he's gonna do here. Not too bad in the outer zone 1, coming into outer zone 2. Beautiful job in the outer zone 2. And looks like he's carrying himself the way he needs to through this course. And ripping through that touch and go into outer zone 4. Not bad at all by Kaneda for his first qualified run.
Wow, that was a good job by Kaneda. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not going to say there was a huge flare in his driving, but it was very precise, very smooth, and it looks like there was a minimal amount of mistakes. It looks like he was filling the outside zones very well. Let's go ahead and check out his replay. Nice job at the initiation. Fills the zone correctly. There you go. Fills out zone 2 fairly well. And he's very deep into outside zone 3. Tires on the track. Leads a little early outside zone 3. But I would have to say that he's holding his angle good enough throughout the track. Very nice run. This is almost like a textbook run, how to drive this track.
And what a way to come in with a brand new car into a brand new series for him. Really laying his mark out there like, hey, I'm going to be a threat this year. So let's see what the other drone footage has to show for the zone filling. And then after that, hopefully we'll have a score in the books. And I'm getting a high 80s score right now. And there you go, like you were saying.
Yeah, he's
filling outer zone 3. Nice. But leaving just a little bit early, but able to still connect. That's the thing that scares me is when you leave a little bit too early, you're not able to connect if you get to outer zone 4. But he was able to carry his car through.
Look at how deep he was on the outside zones. Very nice job. There you go. We got the leader right now.
89
points.
Beautiful job by Kaneda with his 1,000 horsepower, brand new build, Cusco Racing GR86.
Think about it. This is the first round in a brand new car. I would have to say very impressive. There you go. We have a very hard driving driver coming into the series from FDJ2. But let me see. There's another one coming in right here.
This is a series champ right here of FDJ2. Our first ever FDJ2 series champ, number 61, Mao Yamanaka, coming in his S15. Pushing about 900 horsepower, but look at this. He has something to prove. He wants to show why he was champ. Definitely missing outer zone 1 and struggling in outer zone 2. Not the one I wanted to see out of him, but let's see how he's going to clean it up in this second half in front of the judges' stand for the touch and go.
Yeah, I am free. Oh yeah, he doesn't feel outside zone 4 too, so definitely. I'm not sure if it's the nerves getting to him, but this is FDJ2 Series champ. Doesn't look like he did a great job on the initiation. He was very shallow on line, very timid on the initiation, and I know that he knows what kind of mistakes he made. Hopefully he's going to fix all that There you go. Flicks it, but has a lot of correction there in angle and also, steering correction. Does okay on outside zone 3. Very shallow coming out outside zone 3. And right here after the transition doesn't make it all the way deep into outside zone 4. Oof.
Yeah, I know he probably is beating himself up a little bit for that run, but he has a good spotter, he has a good team, and I know he's going to come out strong for his second qualify run. Let's see the overview by the drones of where he really was precisely on the track. And you can see right there, coming around to outer zone 3. Not bad, but coming a little early and a little late leaving, or a little early leaving. So let's see. And then what you said before in outer zone 4 wasn't quite all the way in that zone. There you go, a 75 for Mao Yamanaka.
Yeah, so there's a lot of points that he could correct on that run, and I'm pretty sure he's the FDJ2 Series champ. He probably understands what he needs to do for a second run. Looking forward to what he's going to do this afternoon.
Up at the line right now is another Team Kazama with power vehicles, but many of y'all know him in the FD Series in the States. Number 21, Ken Gushi.
Yep, he is driving this RC for the first time. No testing done. First time driving it yesterday. It looks like he's getting comfortable, so let's go ahead and check out the car.
Here he is, 1,200 horsepower, VR38. Oh, taking out 2 pylons in outer zone 2, deep in outer zone 2. And there he is, sweeping around deep into outer zone 3, ripping into this touch and go.
Oh, looks like the car's struggling or something.
Yes, it looks like it was. And definitely in that first outer zone 1, I think he just kind of approached it.
Yeah, so this is probably a tactic where he's kind of letting outside zone 1, not going deep in outside zone 1 because he wants to concentrate on the line going to the outside zone 2 and the rest of the track. But he is deep on the outside zone 2. And there you go. Yeah, so it looks like the whole time he's struggling and fighting the car to keep it sideways, I believe. But
and that's another thing, we were actually talking about it. So he's over here driving a right-hand drive, but in the States he competes in a left-hand. So it's huge dynamic change that he has to make coming over here. And like you said, yesterday was his first time testing the car out and checking it out. So getting all the kinks, but beautifully built car. It looks like a heavy beast to be thrown around.
Yeah, I would have to say he's trying to make it smooth as possible, but it looks like the car isn't cooperating. But
you can see where he was at in those zones. So like you were saying before, there you go, 74 for Ken Gushi for his first qualified run here in FDJ Series, coming all the way from the U.S., flying over the pond to compete.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see if he can get the kinks out of the car. Because I think it looks like the car's struggling to push the car out to the outside zone, so that might fix everything too.
And another FD U.S. driver out here to compete and give us some flares. Number 530, Wataru Matsuyama in his Good Ride Motorsports 2J powered 350Z. And here he is coming into outer zone 1. Nice job in outer zone 1, a little bit shallow there, but able to fill all of outer zone 2 there. And swinging around to outer zone 3, filling all of outer zone 3. Now how is he going to connect this through this touch and go? Because he came a little late out of outer zone 3, but able to make it happen and finish strong there to outer zone 4. What a beast, 800 horsepower 350Z packed with a 2J.
Yeah, so everything would have been nice, but he did have to correct at initiation. Here you go, right here. Nice flick at the initiation, but right there, definitely a lot of hesitation and not committed not fluid enough right there. And also, because of that, his transition going to the outside zone 3 is not impressive as well. He has to kind of be hesitant going to the outside zone 3. So I'm not going to say this is the cleanest run, but, you know, just almost like warming up. You know, this is the first run for them, and he's in a left-hand drive vehicle.
Yeah.
And I believe that he's driving a right-hand drive car in the U.S.
So it's
kind of
exact
funny.
opposite of
Exactly,
Ken,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
So yeah, that's the thing I was going to say is the fine details of it is it's left-hand drive 350Z. So pretty interesting seeing that he drives a right-hand drive in the U.S. and he's out here competing in a left-hand drive Z. But he was definitely able to make this car perform the way he wanted to get to the zones at the outermost point of each zone. Let's see what the scores, what the judges have in for the qualifier run for Matsuyama. There you go, an 80 for his first qualifier run.
Well, yeah, he does fill the zones well in the line, has okay amount of angles, so that's definitely something that helped him out because I'm not going to say the style score was, you know, the best either because of hesitation going from outside zone 2 to 3. But he did make an 80. So let's see what he's going to bring to the table for the second run.
And the practice time he had for that car, he only had a few sessions in with that car.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of things that they had to take care of for the car yesterday, and now he is able to come back to.
So yeah, both for Gushi and Matsuyama, they both got to fight the whole jet lag. Coming over here, adjusting, and then getting into the car and getting as much laps as they can in the cars that they don't get to regularly drive. Because it's nothing
really
like
tough.
It's
really
nothing
tough.
like their FD cars in the US.
You know what? I mean, even when I was competing in the U.S., it's hard because you can't even just go and test a car. Like, you have to fly there. There's so many things that you have to do. You can't just like, oh, you know, like when I'm in Japan, I can just put my car on my truck, you know, go over there, fiddle with the car a little bit, you know. You can't do that either. So not being with your car is, it makes it very hard.
But next up, looks like he's getting the green light, is going to be number 93, Monkey Ito, and his team, Hibino Tires, JZX 100 Chaser. Powered by a 2J, 700 horsepower, coming in aggressive. Real shallow into outer zone 1, but trying to fill outer zone 2 to connect outer zone 3 here. And little hesitation coming to the outer zone 3, throttling off. But trying to keep that aggression all the way through, and here it is. Oh, looks like he really adjusted himself to kind of slow down and not overshoot that outer zone 4.
Yeah, so the commitment level total, very fluid, I would have to say. But I would have to say the commitment probably not as good because he doesn't get back on gas as soon as possible. Right there. So I would have to say very exciting. It's a very safe run by Ito.
Yeah, it's almost like he kind of hesitated coming into outer zone 3 to try to get as close as he can to that zone, so it looks like he wasn't even going to hit it at all. So you can see the hesitation, trying to adjust himself. But let's see how it looks on the drone footage. And there you go, right there, finishing strong here, outer zone 4, and just dipping that rear bumper into outer zone 4. Let's see what the score is by the judges. Our average right now is like the 70s, is kind of like our scary zone of whether or not you're going to make it or not. Let's see one more replay. So he was an FPJ driver last year. Exact car, just a refresh to it. Yeah, he had a little struggle at that beginning. There you go, 78 for his first qualifier run. Like you said, maybe these drivers are just playing it safe to get a run in the books to really show out.
Yeah, yeah, you know, we kind of don't want that because, you know, the way they do the knockout qualifying in the U.S., the top 16 is the first run. You have to make sure that you're in there. You're going to get knocked out later. So you know, maybe we'll put that into the Japanese series too.
And here we are right here, number 7, Junji Yamamoto. Ooh, shooting real hard out of outer zone 2, but adjusting himself to get into outer zone 3 here. So last year he was in the same car, different livery. Now he's rocking this bright orange through his FDRX7, powered by a 2J, slammed with 700 horsepower. So he's kind of cleaned it up more a little bit from last year. Last year he was really hard with the angle, throwing it in, and just didn't really have his fluidity. Kind of cleaning up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of commitment, but not delivering it all the way. So I would have to say, I mean, overall it's not bad, but I would have to say there wasn't a crazy amount of commitment or a crazy amount of flair in his driving. So I would have to say that was an average run, very smooth and safe. But at the same time, I'm not going to say it was the best that Yamamoto did. So that would be probably an average, mediocre score, I believe.
Yeah. What are you feeling about his new livery, the bright orange? Because last year he had that sand color to it, that flat sand color.
Oh, that's right. I think that's a different car because that orange car he drove when it was a rotary. It was a 2-rotor many years ago.
Now it's not.
Now it's not. It's a 2J. Or is it the same car?
It's the same car. He had a 2J FD last year also.
Okay, so
There you go, 81. So he's in the 80s. Yeah, he's rocking the sand color.
See, right there, like I just said, that's a very average score because he did okay on the line, he did okay on the angle, and he did okay for style, so.
But speaking of liveries that got changed, right here you have Tetsuya Iha coming all the way out from Okinawa with Kartus Okinawa with Nor in his crown. So he's been rocking this crown for a few years now, but I kind of like this livery. Last year was an all-red livery going on, but this year he changed it up. Looks real classy, luxurious, coming into outer zone 2. Beautiful job, swinging it around to outer zone 3. Ooh, real deep in outer zone 3, coming out into this touch and go. Not bad approach to this touch and go. And here he is, coming in hot into outer zone 4, finishing strong.
Man, it was very smooth and fluid, but the way he handled the area right in front of the judging stand at the touch and go, I would have to say, looks like he had to cut in a lot. But let's go ahead and check out the replay one more time. Very smooth initiation, not a crazy flick and flare, but very smooth and fluid. Leaving outside zone 3, that's right. Actually, it's not that bad when I watch the replay, but yeah, very smooth overall. I would have to say. Clean run.
Yeah, it was very risky line coming out of that outer zone 3 because once they leave that outer zone 3 and literally right before the touch and go, there's a giant like 6-inch rut right there. So dipping a tire there is pretty dangerous because it could suck you into that outer zone and force you to get cocked the other way.
All right, so like you were saying, now we have Iha from Okinawa driving his big body crown. We're waiting for a score. Meanwhile, we see car 888 Kenji Yamada warming his tires up on his Laudata Club Racing GL S15 Sylvia. And I believe this car is also packed with a mean SR20 as well. Well, 2.2, I believe.
There you go, 76 for Iha.
There you go. If he can hang it out a little bit more on the line than the angle, then that's obviously going to bump him up right into the 80s too. So a very clean run by Iha. But you know what? I'm still waiting for the 90s. I'm waiting for the scores to come up. But how's everybody doing on the scores right here?
Got a little bit in the 70s on this one. So like I said, we kind of tune into y'all, what you got to say in the chat. I know you got a lot of random repeat messages going on in here. So while we're waiting, like he said, there's number 888, Kenji Yamada. ready to go. 76 was for Iha. 695 horsepower is packed under this SR-powered S15. Here he is, dragging it out to outer zone 2, trying to carry it all the way through, and here he is into outer zone 3.
Wow.
Deep into outer zone 3, and man, that SR is dripping. Screaming across right here to outer zone 4 here.
Wow, I like the way he's right on gas. Nice flick. The initiation looked really well. Let's go ahead and check out the replay one more time, or replay.
Wow. I had to highlight that. He said wow like 4 times.
There you go. Nice initiation right here. A little bit too much e-brake. Doesn't feel outside zone 2 as much, but I think after that, he does a nice flick going to outside zone 3. Gets right back on gas. And right around here too, after he does the transition, I like how he handles outside zone 4 area where he does the initiation and gets right back on gas. So definitely some good factors in that driving that he just did. Yeah, like I said, the long e-brake drag after the initiation, I would have to say.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenging layout because they're coming in hot into outer zone 1. Initiating, and a lot of them are flicking hard, but they want to carry that all the way to outer zone 2, so you'll see a lot of that e-brake drag through there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on eBay that you could...
I said e-bake, I think.
E-bake, okay, there you go.
Here's an overview right here from the drones.
Yeah, right there, see? He was dragging the e-brake so he could make the car go to the outside zone 2 because I think he did initiate a little bit too... maybe early, but yeah, we have the 3-2-1 cones too, where it's like right before the outside zone 1, and you have to make sure that the car is starting to initiate or in motion for initiate. But there you go, he's in the 80s. It's an 81 for Kenji Yamada. I believe he's in the safe zone right now.
He is.
For sure.
Yes, for sure, because got a lot in the 70s, a few in the 60s, but up next at the line and ready to go is going to be number 80, Yuta Komatsu, in his IS350. And I know this car got a rebuild. He dropped another engine back into it, bigger turbo, all that stuff.
Yeah, so the car has more power now, and he changed up the livery a little bit. Definitely an interesting car because you never see these cars in a drifting series, but let's see how Komatsu is going to handle this one.
With Komatsu Racing coming in, a little struggle there, coming in outer zone 1 with initiation, but let's see how he's going to carry the rest here, leaving outer zone 3. A little bit early, but can he connect it through outer zone 4 here coming up? It looks like the touch and go wasn't too bad, carrying it around. He struggled here during practice at the end right there. He came in a little too hot, but he finished pretty strong.
Yeah, so he has a very interesting initiation where he doesn't go all the way to full angle at the outside zone 1. Let me go ahead and double check this on the replay. He does a fling, but gets on the e-brake, and it's a low energy angle going to a high rate of angle outside zone 2 as he was getting deeper into the zone. Very different. But I would have to say that the commitment level was very low because he definitely was on the e-brake a little bit too long and didn't make the car go to high angle from the get-go at the initiation.
And this is his 3rd season in this car. He's slowly getting more control over the car because before the car was more dry. He had to force the car to do what he wanted to do. But now he's starting to get the car where he wants it to be. But I have a feeling he left a few points out there that need to be snagged for a second qualifier run.
Yeah, see right there, it would have been nice if he could have made the initiation all in one instead of doing a shallow angle to a high rate angle. And that's something that the angle judge is probably going to see. And also, we don't want to see cars gradually going into angle. We want to see the car go to angle right from the top. But hey, you know what? He got an 80 for his first run, so he's in the safe zone as well.
So let's see. Not bad for his first qualifier run. 80 possibly is safe, but I know with an 80 that means he's going to come out with more flair and more style. So next up is going to be number 73, Ikuo Saito, and his Motis Good Ride West Auto JZX 100 Chaser. So he's a repeater coming back, 750 horsepower, ripping through to outer zone 1. Not bad coming in outer zone 1. Not too aggressive with the flare, but let's see how he's going to finish. ripping through outer zone 3, leaving a little early at outer zone 3 there. But not bad, finishing, and dove in right there to outer zone 4. And completely missing it pretty much.
Yeah,
I kind of got clouded there whenever you hit the touch and go. The cloud kind of swept in.
Yeah, so definite hesitation at outside zone 3. He looked like he couldn't get back on gas. He had to kick it a couple of times to keep the car going. Not bad at initiation. Wobbly after he initiates, takes out a little bit of angle. And right here in that area of outside zone 3, he looked like he was having trouble to keep the tires lit up. Going to outside zone 3 to the touch and go. And right here, nowhere near the outside zone 4. That's going to hurt him on the line scoring. But let's go ahead and see what his total is going to be.
Man, so yesterday we didn't have quite an overcast sky. It was kind of sunny out, but look at today.
Yeah,
it's not too bad.
Oh, hey, you know what? I am not complaining at all because last year here we had
rain.
We were miserable.
Yeah, it was. But look at that right there. Filling outer zone 3, but leaving a little bit early, which that's some of the driver's strategy to actually connect this touch and go to get to outer zone 4, because that's one of the first complications they saw 3 years ago trying out this track. So we'll see what the judges have for that run right there by Saito. There you go, 74 for Saito.
Yeah, being in the 70s is probably not too safe.
Yeah, especially since we have 47 drivers. That's what, 15 drivers are going to be knocking out?
Yeah, I believe so. So that's a good...
It's a good chunk right there. But next up is going to be 963 Daichi Mizutani and the Mizutani Motors S15.
Yeah, so I think he swapped the motor last year. So.
Yeah, he has a 2J now, 700 horsepower coming into outer zone 2 there. Not quite able to get all the way to the back end of outer zone 2, but able to complete outer zone 3 there a little bit. Not too bad. But definitely adjusted himself through that touch and go. And it makes it real tricky because it almost looks like he straightens up there.
Yeah, so right here, there's a flick right here, but it looks like he's darting his car to outside zone 3. Then the transition is too, he goes in a little too fast and doesn't give the, how can I say it? It's really hard to explain this. I can show you by hand. But leaving outside zone 2, he doesn't give it that extra angle to make the car come back transition over to outside zone 3. That's why he darts in a little too fast. He has to get on the brakes through the outside zone 3. Then he has to be very hesitant because he's carrying a little bit too much speed through outside zone 3. He's got to slow the car down and settle the car. So that's what looks like the commitment level right there doesn't, you know, there you go. Like there's no smoke trail going through outside zone 3, so he cannot get back on gas. So that's something that we don't want to see.
Yeah, like you said, when he darted to outer zone 2, you can see where the tire lines are on the track. He was on the far end of it. There you go, 76 for his first qualified run. And when he was on that very end, it caused him to flick back real hard, and then he was trying to make up for it. So 76, like you said, is that safe or is that not safe? We're not quite sure right just yet. But next up on the line is going to be number 46. Yasuhiro Takaki, and his T-squares with good ride, tuck in 180SX.
Yeah, it says BMW Z4, but I believe he's building one right now, so the car's not ready yet, and he's in this vehicle.
And many of y'all remember him because I butchered his name a million times. Phenomenal driver, he is coming in, missing outer zone 2. Let's see how he's going to clean it up here through outer zone 3. Not too bad. Missing that touch. Ooh, and not able to hold on there to the finish. Oh, with an incomplete run. Just like Robbie was saying when he was showing the track, you have to come in through a drift all the way through the finish.
Yeah, then you gotta also, you have to also think of the qualify as your lead run. So it has to be a chaseable lead run, and definitely going to the finish line like that is not going to be a chaseable lead run. So that is an incomplete by Takahashi.
I spoke too soon when he left that outer zone 3. I was like, oh, not too bad. And then, of course. But that was a struggle portion, is that outer zone 4, because you're coming in hot, full acceleration. All that momentum in the outer zone 4, so they got to really adjust their cars to get into that zone, at the same time finish strong and not spin out or wash out. So it looks like Imamaida is in the burnout box, getting his tires ready, getting his 5X tires ready. But yeah, he has pretty much the same livery setup. So Takatoshi Imamaida coming in with a 5X tire, Navigate Penske, KRC, MJC, Sylvia, 780 horsepower.
This thing's packed with a 2J as well. I mean, most of the cars here are packed with 2Js.
Hey, how many V8s we got this year? All right, here he is. Definitely left a lot there in outer zone 1 and outer zone 2. Ripping some angle through outer zone 3. Filling a good portion of outer zone 3, but how he's going to carry this through. Adjusting himself there for that touch and go and connecting it to outer zone 4 there. So once again, that first half.
So right there, look at that. Doesn't flick it all the way out. A long e-brake hold going outside zone 2. Doesn't make it outside zone 2. After that, you know, the later half of the track, he does a fairly good job, but the initiation is very, very lousy because of the long e-brake drag. And that's not what we want to see. We want to make sure that you get quickly the rate of angle going from straight to full angle. We want to make sure that the car gets there very quickly and not have to hold the angle by e-braking. You have to make sure you get back on gas to clear the outside zone. So
here's the overview right here. We're about halfway through, give or take, our first qualify run here for round 1 at Suzuka Twin Circuit. So we'll see here, right there, he finishes into outer zone 4. Not a bad finish. Start was a little rough, though. There you go, 77 for his first qualify run. So next up, already ready at the line, is going to be number 5, Tomoki Tanaka in his V-Style Good Ride with Tetsujin JZX 100 Chaser.
all right, so once again, I think the energy here is kind of getting lower and lower each run. So let's go ahead and make sure that we can bump it back up. Here you go, let's go, Tanaka, let's go.
Sounds like he's coming in with some extreme.
Boom, look at the flare.
Not bad right there, coming in, committing to that, swinging back around to outer zone 3 here. Now here it is right here, ripping down this strip right here. Oh, really hard kicking it there to outer zone 4.
All right, so that wasn't a good run.
But it
that wasn't a good run, but it was very exciting to watch. I needed that.
It sounded like he had a speaker in his ear listening to you.
See, this, I mean, look at, he's trying to prove a point. He wants to show us something amazing. Nice rate of angle, doesn't make it deep in the outside zone 2, doesn't make it too deep in the outside zone 3 either, but he's running a lot of angle, a lot of smoke. Look at this. Gets a little shallow here going through the touch and go, but look at that, a little bit too much angle going through the touch and go. And, you know, a lot of angle. You know, this is exciting, and I'm not going to say that that was his run that he's going to get a good score on. We have to, you know, because of the mistakes that he made, but I definitely have to say that if there was a plus and commitment to it, there was a lot of it compared to a lot of the other drivers.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers today, 47 drivers. So we're having our ups and downs right now, but that definitely was very interesting. Probably not going to be the highest score out there, but he kept it interesting for us judges. Yes, we are right in front of the touch and go. Literally, I think we're 20 feet away from the touch and go, so that's why you hear the engine scream and rip across, and hopefully you'll enjoy the next one. There you go. 78 is what he got in his 800 horsepower Chaser. But yeah, he definitely gave some excitement for these judges, especially Robbie. Kind of woke him up, took him out of that.
Hey, I mean, you know, if he wasn't throwing too much angle where it was almost unchaseable for the chase car, like around right before outside zone 4, I mean, as a style judge, I would have gave him a lot more.
Yeah, but here we are, number 23, Yuji Saito. He's been killing it during practice. VR38 powered.
All right, so let's see some excitement. There you go.
Here he is. Not bad right there, coming into outer zone 1. And look at getting into outer zone 2 and transitioning over to outer zone 3. Not bad at all. And here he is coming through the strip, ripping in that VR38. Hesitated a little coming in that outer zone 4 there to get back on gas.
All right, so right here, a little bit too long on the e-brake, but after that, he's on gas very well, makes it all the way out to the outside zone 3. A lot of angle, a lot of throttle, very exciting driving, but right here, he had to wait a little bit going to outside zone 4 too, so definitely I'd have to see that as a hesitation as a style judge, but I mean, overall, compared to a lot of the driving that we had, very exciting, and more of the exciting side of the competition.
Yeah, this was actually the track that he was trying to debut this car last year. So it's been one season so far he's been in it. They did a little bit of fine tuning to the car. He was ripping really good in practice, but it looks like he really needs to get that touch and go area collected a little better, and same with the start. But he did come in real aggressive right there. He's probably been one of the deepest we've seen in outer zone 1.
Exactly, in outer zone 1. And man, if he would have just kind of got off the e-brake a little bit earlier, and the 2 points that I have to watch and look carefully, like right here, he had to wait a lot after the transition. I wish he could have went. I wish he would have did a transition a little bit deeper and made it all the way out to the outside zone 4. But there you go, 83 points.
83 for Saito.
Very exciting job. If he could clean those 2 areas up, it's definitely going to put him in the 90s, because that was a very exciting run by Yuji Saito.
So next up at the line is going to be 666 Shimano in his Vittor Racing with Charibor style 1 Via.
Yeah, so I believe that Mono has been in the series for a couple years, and he's one of the more of the privateer teams. He's not a big team, so he is, you know, he's making it happen for him. So he doesn't have the crazy power, but he does have a lot of commitment, trying to stay in the series and do well every round. So I would like to see how he's grown during the offseason, to see how he's going to perform this year compared to last year.
Yeah, like you were saying, he's on the lower half of the horsepower range. He's about 650 right now, but it doesn't stop him. He did a phenomenal job at Motorsports. Let's see how he's going to do here at Suzuka. Coming in to outer zone 2 here. Could have been a little deeper in outer zone 2, but here he is coming into outer zone 3, carrying it through, not bad in the outer zone 3 through the whole stretch of it. And here he is through the touch and go, ripping with the transition into that outer zone 4 there.
I would have to say very smooth job by Mono, because minimal amount of e-braking at initiation, and very smooth. Let's go ahead and check out the replay. Yeah, there you go. Looks like he had to do some steering correction at the outside zone 2, but look at, he fills outside zone 2 and 3 fairly well on gas. I mean, very smooth run. I actually don't think that was pretty good, yeah.
Overall, he was able to get to all the zones. Here we are. We'll see a better view of how deep he was in those zones. But like you said, he had nice fluidity throughout the track. And there you go. Nice job in outer zone 1, transitioning over, filling outer zone 2. and coming in real early to outer zone 3, but sticking in the whole time through outer zone 3 and able to make this transition work for his car. So not bad at all by him. It maybe was missing a little bit of the flair and like that. Like,
oh yeah, definitely. But I would
like,
have to say the score that I gave him as a style judge is definitely because of the fluidity side of it. It's not a crazy amount of commitment, but at the same time, I would have to say very, very minimal amount of mistake throughout the track. So
there you go, 86
points.
Not a bad score right there, 86.
So very smooth run, not exciting, but
he definitely hit all those zones and what he wanted. If he was doing the lead,
look at that, he got a 28 on the line. That's probably one of the highest.
Yeah, if he was the lead right there, he'd do a phenomenal job for the chase driver. But next up at the line, lined up, ready to go, is going to be number 19.
That's like the second highest line score. So, I mean, line is very important to get the score, you know, or to get the higher score.
So, yeah, like I was saying, number 19, Yoshiyama guy, is up at the line with a Good Ride Motorsports with perfect style, S15. He had a bright green car last year. Here he is changing his livery up to the Good Ride livery. But rocking that massive wing, coming around to outer zone 3. And look at that right there, that smoke trail coming through this touch and go. Carrying that momentum through to outer zone 4, but able to hold on. Dipped a tire and sucked him into out the course. Man. We'll have to see that replay right there on the finish and see how many tires he really dipped out. Here you go, coming in outer, looking real aggressive into outer zone 1 there. Not too bad starting early there. Could have been deeper into outer zone 3.
Yeah, so we're more worried about what happened right there. Yeah.
That's going to be a huge factor on whether or not it's going to be an incomplete run.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see this because that was definitely not going to be a chaseable run, especially around the finish line. And we have a strict rule where, you know, you have to kind of finish the track the way it's supposed to. But he is pretty much going off course right there. Look at that right there. And pretty much he went 4 tires off even after the finish line. So, yeah, we would have to say that he was kind of out of control going on outside zone 4. So,
incomplete.
There you go. It's an incomplete.
So, unfortunately, Amagai is getting an incomplete there. And like you said, the momentum he was carrying through that touch and go was pretty intense.
But, I mean, I'd have to say it looked like he's just trying to go fast, you know, and some of these guys have to realize they have to go sideways because the car is pushing itself forward. But here you go. This is Jin Horino in his S15. He was supposed to be in his VR car, but he was not able to make it out. So hopefully at the next round he will be. So his sponsor, Circuit Hawaii, was looking forward to seeing the VR car as well, and he's getting the support from them. Hopefully he'll make it out there with his Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing S15 for the second round.
Here he is. He did a phenomenal job in this car, but yeah, he did stress that car will be there at round 2 for Agisu. Not bad right there. Carrying it around. Oh, kind of hanging on a little bit there. Coming into outer zone 3. Adjusting himself to make it happen here. Oh! And locking up there, coming into outer zone 4. Ooh, that could have been a lot worse the way he locked up coming into that approach. So let's see this replay. What went wrong here for that touch and go region coming into outer zone 4?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the replay towards the end because he had to take out a little bit of angle when they're outside zone 3. And right here, yeah.
Yeah, he locked up right there at the end. Dipped 2 tires completely out, rolling into outer zone 4. Here you go. We'll get a better view. Not bad in outer zone 2 there. Swinging back around. And then leaving outer zone 3 a little early, which messed up with his line coming in through that touch and go and then locking up right there. Realizing that he was coming a little bit too hot into that outer zone 4. That was one of the struggling portions we were suffering yesterday with these drivers. A lot of them were washing out to outer zone 4 because they were taking too much momentum with them through that touch and go. Let's see, there you go, the official score. Got an incomplete for that run due to that outer zone 4. So let's see. Next up, sitting at the line is going to be number 808, Manabu Fujinaka. As Awa Tire Japan Environment Development Racing FE3. Powered by a 3-rotor, 800 horsepower. This thing's a beast.
Yeah, there you go. And always dad.
Yep, always dad.
Just say that. I'm sorry. I had to do some explaining right now.
I was going to give him the punchline for that. Yeah, always dad. So we'll see how he is going to perform if he can beat his son's qualifying score. Oh, coming in hot in outer zone 1. Not too bad in outer zone 1, but shooting real early for outer zone 2 and leaving, not even getting all the way out to outer zone 2. I don't even need to talk right there, flying by the touch and go and trying to carry through. Oh! And man, just lost it right there for that finish. Man, and his son got a 76 on his first qualify, and unfortunately, that doesn't look too smooth.
Yeah, so the reason why we're giving out the incompletes, and a lot of you probably already know this, but it has to be a chaseable run. So if you imagine if there was a car tandeming following Fujinaka right there, what is the chase car supposed to do? You have to be able to, you have to have the pace to keep the car going.
There you go. He did a beautiful job at the jump, outer zone 1, but he wasn't able to carry it to outer zone 2, which somehow, surprisingly, he was able to complete outer zone 3, but after that, it kind of went downhill here, and not sure if he was in the wrong gear or what, because it sounded like his engine was kind of shutting down a little. There you go, incomplete, official. For those of you fans out there already asking, when's Yukio Fausto going up? I have a strong feeling he's going up soon. Oh wait, he's already at the line.
So yeah, there you go. Unfortunate for Fujinaka with the incomplete, but hopefully he'll make it through the finish line for the second run. But there you go.
So 555, Yukio Fausto is up at the line with a sideways Japan with Liberty Walk.
So that's 4 5s? You said
No.
555.
So it's 3.
555.
But look at that livery right there. Look at the
There you
livery,
go.
look at
Very
the body
exciting
kit.
looking car.
The Liberty Walk body kit. Let's see how he's going to perform here. There he is, kicking it out to outer zone 2 here. Throwing that smoke show like he always does. But look at the way that sun pops off that color. Beautiful car, ripping in to outer zone 4 here. Nice job in the touch and go. Holding on strong here for that outer zone 4. And man, the smoke that he produces.
You know what? He kind of played that safe because there was a little bit of room for him to squeeze him out. As a style judge, I think he did a great job. Very fluid, nice flick and flare, but right here he doesn't look.
Well, what happened to his car? It disappeared. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. We couldn't see it on the replay, but definitely a lot of throttle, and you can see the smoke lingering right now. Very exciting driver.
Yeah, like you were saying, that outer zone 2 is probably the area that he needs to get improved on because he wasn't quite deep enough into that zone. This is going to give us a better insight. Car looks phenomenal. Liberty Walk once again produced a beautiful S15, but here you go right here. Right on the edge. But beautiful job through outer zone 3, and then just accelerating, smoke showing it all the way in front of the judges' stand and able to hold on and capture outer zone 4.
Yeah, so I think he kind of knows how to show his, how can I say it, the passion and
his style.
Yeah, the style. There's a lot of style. And yeah, there's a lot of things that are hard to tell, but since we're watching it live and the way they get back on gas and the way they handle their cars and how smooth it is very important too. So you have to be very exciting, but at the same time, you have to be very accurate as well.
There you go, 83 for Yukio Fausto for his first qualified run. First
So not
qualified
bad
run.
not bad to be a first qualified run, but he does have a little bit of angle and line score that he could fill in as well. So definitely going to be looking forward to a second run.
Yeah, almost guarantee his spotters telling him right now what he's going to fix and how he's going to make it better. But that was a run in the books. But we'll see what he's going to do in his next one. But coming up next, already at the line in his AE85 Trano is going to be number 99, Kazuya Matsukawa. In his Hiroshima Toyota Team Droopy 85, powered by a 1GR twin turbo. Y'all seen this from last year and the year prior. I mean, this thing's probably the oldest car here.
Exactly, probably the same age as me.
Here he is coming out, ripping through into outer zone 3 here. Not a bad job in outer zone 3, but once again, that first jump is where everybody's struggling. And ripping into outer zone 4, carrying it through to the finish. So they're really getting that second half, but that first start of their run is really affecting them.
Yeah, exactly. And right here, let's go ahead and check out the replay. But an okay job at initiation, very low energy. Doesn't make it all the way out to outside zone 2. Then right here, the transition to very, very, I'm not going to say it's not sharp doing transition. Like, look here. Starts to slow down going that way. Starting to slow down with the car facing right, then making the transition. We want to see it all in one motion where the car does a transition and slows down if they have to, not approaching it safely. So I would have to say the commitment level on the run wasn't probably where it should be at.
Yeah, his placement in some of these zones were a little finicky. Outer zone 3 was beautiful, but yeah, that first jump, outer zone 2 has been definitely a struggle for a lot of these drivers. And here you go right here. The decel to re-acceleration at the end of outer zone 4. So we'll see what these judges have.
Yeah, so as you can, oh,
There you go, 79. So Matsukawa with a 79. But the big thing is we have 15 drivers that are not going to make it to the next round. So it's going to be very interesting where that cutoff point's going to be.
Yeah, if I was competing, I would definitely not want to be one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So here we go. The next driver is car number 57. This is Kanta. That's it says Yanaguida Kanta, but on the paper he's just Kanta. And we were just talking about it. It's like, you know what? He just said, you know what? That's my stage name, just Kanta.
Kanta, yeah. Because on his door it even says Kanta. It doesn't say Yanaguida. So
yeah, so he's in his JZX 100 Chaser. He did win the round in Sugo last year in his Linglong tire, Drift Team Orange.
And actually, Sugo was his debut of this JZX 100, and he actually podiumed, so it's very impressive. And you can see he is filling all the zones right there, knocking all the pylons out. And man, there he is, taking that 6-inch dip right in front of us, rolling into outer zone 4, and not a bad job. Definitely gave some flair and filled all zones, what we were looking for. Definitely want to see this replay, but 750 horsepower, he made that a beautiful run.
Yeah, so I would have to say there's not a lot of flair in it, but very smooth, slow rate to angle, but he does build a line, or the zones, very well. He's on the tire, on the line, right here, good enough amount of angle, connects this, makes a dip right there, but makes sure that he's deep in tide, the touch and go. The transition at the outside zone 4, right before the outside zone 4, isn't good enough because he doesn't do a nice flick, but he takes it safe, but I think that's a good job by him, making sure that he is
That's the big
he's
thing.
making sure that the car is being placed to where it's supposed to be at.
And that's the big thing. The placement of his car is pretty phenomenal in all of these zones. It's just some of the transitions to make the fluidity kind of clean is where he has to clean himself up on his run. So we'll see here. But yeah, he's with Team Orange with Linglong Tire. And this is the first year for Linglong Tire to be in the FDJ series.
Yeah, and you know, the way Kanta drove the car, it doesn't look like his car is crazy gripped, where the car is trying to dart forward.
There you go, 84.
84 points, not bad for Kanta's first run. Definitely a lot of room for him to move up for the second run. Let's see how he's going to be doing this afternoon. Let's go ahead and move along with our first qualifier runs by these drivers. The next driver is car number 33, Junya Ishikawa, driving the Toyota 86 from Hiroshima Toyota, Team Droopy.
So the other Team Droopy driver right here, ready to go in his 86, also powered by 1GR, roughly about the same horsepower, 600 horsepower, just like the A85. So we'll see how he is going to perform. And is he going to beat his teammate score of a 79 for the first qualifier run? Here it is right now. Ishikawa coming into outer zone 1. Not bad, filling all of outer zone. Oh, struggling right there. Gripped up a little. Shot forward, but here he is. Coming up to outer zone 3. Transitioning and see how he could flick his finish here in outer zone 4, but that huge hiccup he had after outer zone 1 is definitely going to affect what the judges say.
Yeah, so I would have to say that there was a lot of steering input correction right here. Look at this. Look at this. Almost zero counter right there. Doesn't even make it out to outside zone 2. Stops the flow of the run. The commitment level is very low too, so definitely not a good run by Ishikawa.
So here we'll see the overview here. Let's see how bad that shoot was from outer zone 1. Here it is. Right there, you can see the little bobble from his front end. And then transitioning around, trying to clean it back up. Not too bad coming in.
Yeah, the last half of the track, a lot of the people already got it down after the touch and go area, or as they are leaving the outside zone 3, because they're just pretty much laying down the rubber with power in front of the judging stand. But all right.
So we'll see what the judges have for Ishikawa on his first qualifier run. As you can see us right there on the right-hand side. There you go, 75. So kind of in that mediocre middle zone. Is it going to be safe? Is it not? But we'll find out. We're still on our first qualifier run for all these drivers.
Yeah, then we're going to have to go ahead and skip car number 125, Yoshika Tamagawa. He's from the Car Guy Racing, everybody's favorite vehicle, JZA80 Supra. He is going to be skipping his first run. I don't know what's going on, his maybe technical issues with his vehicle. Definitely looking forward to his very exciting driving that he usually does and shows us this afternoon.
But we are down to our last 6 drivers, and it looks like up in the box, ready to go is number 77, Yusuke Kusaba. He was in the A90 Supra, Cusco Supra, but now he's in the brand new GR86. And it's very interesting. If you come out here and check out Kusaba's car and Kaneda's car, there's fine details that are different in these cars, but
yeah, because they're very identical.
They are, but there is slight details that are different. But here he is coming into outer zone 1, looking very comfortable behind this wheel in this new chassis for him. Definitely told me he loves it a lot more, and he's ready to rip and make it happen. And he's doing a pretty good job throughout the course, coming into outer zone 4 here, transitioning over. Not bad. He really was ripping in that car. For his first time competing in the car, I could see a polar opposite from how he did in his A90.
Yeah, so I would have to say that very gentle, very fluid driving. Very gentle, smooth driving by Yusuke Kusaba. Definitely going to be, I would have to say that this has to be somewhere in the 80s or something. But a little bit late on gas at outside zone 4. After the transition, so I'm not sure if he's having the car set up a little bit loose. But yeah, he's filling in the zones and he's doing what he's supposed to do as the qualifier. Very deep right there, look at that, outside zone 3. smoke trail laid down by the GR86 from Cusco Racing. A little bit late there outside zone 4, but definitely a smooth, fluid run.
Boom,
by
86.
There you go, 86 points.
Yeah, he definitely told me he's impressed by the build. It's a 3.6, 1,000 horsepower. He says it responds a lot faster, and he loves it. He loves the build. He loves the car. So you can see right there, an 86, not bad for his first qualifier running in a new car.
And at the line, we have car number 38, Tadahiro Fukada from Tanabe SSR Team Dunlop with Weld, driving the JZX 100 Mark II. He's been in the series since day one, and he has not missed a beat yet. So let's see how well he does. He's podiumed many times in the series as well. So very smooth driver, a veteran in the series.
So here he is, coming into outer zone 1. Oh, real subtle and not super aggressive into outer zone 1 to outer zone 2. Let's see if he can clean it up and make it a little bit more exciting for us judges and commentators out here. Come on through at a little bit of a slight adjustment coming through that touch and go. And taking a little bit of his momentum out there, throwing some angle to that outer zone 4 transition. But yeah, he podiumed the last event at Fuji. He got 3rd. So we've said before, he's very, I wouldn't say, in no disrespect, safe runs.
Yeah, that was a very, very safe run right there.
But it was safe, but he had some corrections. But he said they did a change to, what was it, the subframe or something?
Yeah, so he was saying that, he changed up the subframe because they have to, there was a rule that they changed this year where you had to adjust the height of the subframe, and a lot of the Japanese drivers and teams would basically lift the subframe all the way up so the car could, sit a little lower and have not much alignment change and arms, locking up or being too low or something. But that might have affected the way the car feels. Maybe it's a little different. There you go, a little bit of bobble. But I would have to say a very low energy driving style by Fukada. Like you said, maybe he did take it a little bit too safe. Especially at the initiation.
Yeah, between that change that he made, he also said he has a little bit of a, I guess he told me down power, so he's a little low on his power for his engine, but he says he's trying to get used to the new setup. It's something new for him this year, but he's an OG. He knows what he's doing, so we'll see how he's going to do. His run could have had more flair. 76, it's kind of in that average zone right now, has a lot of room to build, especially in that style department. But like I said before, he's pretty safe when it comes to his runs. But safe doesn't mean anything because he is a podium holder and he's a contender out here. Coming down to our last 4 drivers here. Next, you saw him last year in an S15, but this year he's in a 370Z here, 900 horsepower, Naoto Suenaga, VR38. I believe Kumakubo was in this last year, and Kumakubo actually took first at Fuji the last series. And here he is coming around Suenaga, trying to get the car to adjust the way he wants, coming through, touch and go, and ripping back around to outer zone 4 here, but it looks like he's messing with the car a little, messing with his fluidity a little.
Yeah, I would have to say it's not fluid because it looks like his rate to angle, he doesn't go full lock, and it looks like he's staying safe or in the safe range of the angle, and he doesn't want to kick out the car so much. Check this out. It was an okay job on angle, and it looks like there's a lot of adjustment. You can see the car where it's, the suspension, the car is going forward and backwards. You can tell it's built very soft, and yeah, there's a lot of adjustment. Definitely not smooth. An okay amount of commitment.
But yeah, different chassis setup for him. He was in the S15 last year, but he's out here trying to make this work. It's definitely got a powerhouse underneath that hood. So we'll see if he can collect himself for his second run. But he definitely got a run in the books. So we'll see what the score is here shortly.
Yeah. So the difference is he doesn't make a huge correction. It's very small. So it's like saying, let's say if somebody makes a huge correction, it's like 3-4 points off of one correction versus he does like a 0.5 correction 10 times. Not 10 times, but like 6 times or something, So I'm not going to say that that's not the smoothest run, but I would have to say that that's the first time he's driving this car in a competition because he's usually in S15, and the Z is very new to him. So it might be taking him a little bit of time to adjust himself to the car, but there you go. He's still in the 80s. It's an 81-point run.
Not bad by Suenaga.
Yeah, so Naoto Suenaga is back in the FDJ series with his 370Z, previously driven by the boss man at Ebisu Circuit, Kumakubo, and he is sitting out watching everybody in his team do their best. But definitely room for him to get more score or get a higher score. But here we go, the beautiful E92 BMW Coupe driven by car number 36, Kazumi Takahashi from the TMS Racing Team Silent Tire.
Looks like he's ready to go. Last year he changed over to his JZX 100, but he came back to his E92. We definitely liked it a lot more. He gave a lot more flair, and it seemed like he really understood the car a lot better than he did with his 100.
And I believe that he has a new motor in it too. This time he has a VR in it. Everybody's going VR, like that must be the next 2J. But yeah, VR is great. So let's go ahead and see how Takahashi is going to handle it.
Looks like he's coming real aggressive into outer zone 1, carrying it all the way through to outer zone 2. Oh, tipping a tire right there, but not phased by it, rolling around, ripping through outer zone 3, coming into this transition touch and go. And carrying a lot of momentum in this outer zone 4, but able to hold on and finish strong.
Wow, that was very nice because it was very exciting. And he did make it around the track. There was a tire dip outside zone 2, but that was very exciting to see. I would have to say that he over-rotated, and that was almost like a reverse entry at, there you go, right there. That was almost a reverse entry. But seeing how the track is going from left to right in the transition, it wasn't too much, in my opinion, but very exciting driving by Takahashi.
Yeah, he came in real aggressive and real hot from the jump and carried it all the way through to the finish. Here you go. We can see the above view, the drone footage, bird's eye view coming into outer zone 2. You can see right there where he dips, but able to swing back around and slingshot into outer zone 3. While able to carry the momentum all the way through into outer zone 4 here and finish strong. Could have been a little deeper into that outer zone 4 though.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to leave any scores on the table because every outside zones and touch and go that we have counts. So it depends on how deep you are with the line and also the angle you're driving through there too makes a big difference too. So there you go.
85 for his first qualified run.
So right there, it looks like the line score hurt him a lot because he did dip a tire outside zone 2, which outside zone 2 is a 10-point area. That's very important where you can lose a lot of score there. And also, like you said, outside zone 4, he wasn't as deep as he was supposed to, but definitely a lot of improvement he can make for the second run.
Next up is a new car to this series, but not a new driver.
Yeah, so now I'm excited to see because this is the #1 qualifier from last year's Suzuka event. It's Tetsuya Hibino driving the LB Silhouette Works GTR R35 with a 4-rotor single turbo.
Yeah, last year he was in a 4-rotor twin turbo S15 by Liberty Walk, but here he is coming into outer zone 1. And you can hear that 4-rotor ripping through to outer zone 3. Beautiful looking car, beautiful build. And man, amazing driver. But taking control. Oh, right at the finish.
Oh no. Oh no.
So we'll see. Let's see this replay. Let's see. Not sure what happened because he had to shut down almost right there in outer zone 4.
Yeah, now we have to see if this is before or after the finish line, but definitely looks like he was driving through the finish line straight. Oh man, I know it's a brand new build, but yeah, that's not drifting through the finish line, so it's really, really, really tough to say, but that may be an incomplete.
Look at that hard angle he brought into outer zone 2. And then coming back around, taking all of outer zone 3. Beautiful job in outer zone 3. Had a little bobble right there, but not bad. And then here it is right here. Had a good approach to it, but somehow just caught grip and kind of lost power or whatever.
There you go. You got the LB Racing. Mr. Kato from Liberty Walk here is cheering him on too. But that is an incomplete by Tetsuya Hibino because he did have to straighten at the finish line. You have to finish the track. And it's unfortunate, but man, the skill that he had with the car that was built in short amount of time, and also being able to debut it here, definitely would like to see what he's going to do for the second qualified run.
Exactly, but our last car for our first qualified run of round 1 here at Suzuka Twin Circuit is going to be the champ himself, trying to get that podium spot like he did last year and trying to get that number 1 qualified run is going to be number 8, Koichi Yamashita and his Team Well JZX 100 Mark II.
Yes, I hear them talking about Yamashita, but I think Yamashita's like 54. So he's definitely a veteran in the drifting world because, yeah, he's been doing this for a long time and very comfortable in this car. So let's see how he's going to do today in the qualifier.
Here he is, taking out the pylon into outer zone 1 and carrying it through to outer zone 2. Not too bad. Could have been a little deeper or held it a little longer. No, he looks like he's dipping a tire to outer zone 3, but able to hold on through this stretch right here. And carry it through. Oh, can he hold it? And able to hold on to outer zone 4. Very not like him.
Yeah, so his outside zone 3, leaving the outside zone 3 was not, I don't know, he didn't have it done right. So check this out right here. The initiation, a little late, I would have to say. And right there, it doesn't get back on gas, doesn't go all the way out to the outside zone 3 right here. Tire dip and weird angle coming out of here. Then right here, he has to a lot of cutting in at the touch and go to the 80 speed going to the championship to the outside zone 4. I would have to say last year's champ, definitely not his best run here at Suzuka because I know he qualified first here last year.
Probably meant to say he finished first, but yes.
Finished first.
Hibino qualified first, and unfortunately he got a 0, but let's see. Right there, got a little too aggressive in that outer zone 3. It looked like he was just too excited all the way around through his run. And at this point, I can't say nerves because he's the champ. He's been the champ 2 times. He's trying to get a 3-peat, but not what we were expecting out of him. Kind of very unlike him to do that kind of run. But that was our last run for our first qualify session of the 47 cars. One more replay.
The replay. So I know on the screen the spells replay.
Here it is.
So yep, tire dip right there, and angle adjustment there, the gravity cut in right there, and the transition right here. I'm seeing it with a very low energy, but hopefully we can come back for the second run with more flair. But definitely not the cleanest run by the champ, Koichi Yamashita.
See what the score is going to be for him. There you go, 75 for the champ himself.
So that was a 75 by Yamashita. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and paint the track real quick. And as I was saying earlier, we still don't have the number 1 qualifier because they still have the second runs. That's going to happen later this afternoon. Not later this afternoon, I'm sorry.
In an hour.
Bit. So about approximately an hour, we're going to be right back to show you guys because we do have to follow the rules that they have here at the track. There you go, Yamashita coming out of his car. Maybe there was a problem. But it looks like he is not pleased with what happened. There you go. That's Ito from Weld, Team Weld, Yamashita.
And you can see he has a high expectation for how he drives, and you can see how he's not satisfied.
Yeah,
that right there is a dedication right there.
There's slight frustration. Maybe something happened to the car, or maybe it was himself, and maybe he's not happy with the performance that he had. But
looking at the scores right now, I'll give you this. I believe right now in the lead we have Yoshitatsu Kaneda with an 89.
yeah, and he's from FDJ
He's
too.
FDJ too.
So that's very impressive because, yeah, the FDJ2 drivers were able to drive here at this track as well, because we did do a round here at Suzuka, and we will be back here next weekend for another FDJ2 round, which is going to be the first one for 2022.
So yeah, we're back-to-back weekends. It's going to be here for this round 1 series. Tomorrow we are doing top 32, top 16. We're going to finish the second half of qualifying in about an hour. We're going to get the track prepared. We're going to let the fans get a little bit of a break, have the cars ready to go.
Exactly. So stay tuned, or,
Go
get
take
a
a nap.
Take a nap or something, yeah, because we're going to be back. Right now in Japan it's 12 o'clock. We're going to be back at 13:30, which is 1:30 in the afternoon in Japan time. So that's approximately an hour and a half from now. We're going to be going back to the second qualifying runs of these drivers. Sorry that we're not going to be able to do it back to back, because it is a track rule that we have to kind of cool it, shut the track down for an hour within the lunchtime area because of the surrounding environment and everything. So,
But before we go anywhere, we appreciate you out there viewing in, commenting, telling us what we're doing wrong, what we're doing good. We'll try to get more lively. We'll get an energy drink in the system, and we'll try to give you more flair. We're going to go talk to the drivers and tell them to, hey, hook us up. You guys got to feed into us. So thank y'all out there, and stay tuned.
革新のカーボンベゼル。Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
横浜。
The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine. Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りでも高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
What's up guys, it's Frederick Ospo and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
And we are back for our second half of the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan 2022 Round 1 qualifying here at Suzuka Twin Circuit.
Yes, we are back, and this is going to be the second time around for the drivers to do or to run their qualify runs. And yeah, we already did. You guys already saw the first runs that we had earlier, but now we're finally back. Thank you for the break, and sorry about that because of the track rules. We had to shut down for an hour or so in between and took a short break. There you go. We are seeing the first qualifier.
Takahashi right there, ready to go. He got an 87 on his first qualify run, but like Robbie was saying, we got a nice bite to eat. Hopefully we're a little bit more livelier this round. Drivers got a little taste of what the scores are going down and what they have to tweak in order to get maximum amount of points for that 100-point run that they want to get to achieve that first #1 qualify spot.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for somebody to come in and get their scores up over 90 point, you know, because our highest score we have right now is 89. So hopefully we can see some 90s pop in, because I'm pretty sure a lot of the drivers are happy enough to be able to get a score on the board so that they're not worried about zeroing out and having to rely on their second run. Most of the drivers got a score, so I'm pretty sure they're going to push a lot harder for their second run.
And yes, you can see the spectators there wrapping all the way around outer zone 3, like I was saying. So hopefully tomorrow that place is going to be filled with a crowd of people ready to watch these guys tandem battle. But before we can even get there, we have to finish this next 47, their second run of qualifying. And it looks like he's fanning out because he's feeling a little hot and ready to go. Masanori Kohashi here in his Ling Long tire Drift Team Orange S15.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, Kohashi had some engine issues yesterday, and I believe that they went and swapped the motor out last night, and he's back, and looks like he was able to put down a solid score for his first run. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to do for his second run.
But here he is. He got that green light coming through the chicane right now, up to the 3-2-1, and here he is, ready to destroy the paint that we just laid down. Beautiful job into outer zone 1. Nice job into outer zone 2. This is the setting the pace right here for the second part of qualifying. Beautiful job by Kohashi. Look at this. Ripping right across in front of us and hitting all the zones, and that is what I'm talking about. Can the rest? Oh! I spoke too soon.
What?
I spoke too soon.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh man.
Man.
Beautiful run, but you gotta seal the deal.
Hey, I'm awake now.
Sorry about that. Sorry about y'all speakers out there. Let's see this
Oh
replay.
my
Look
God,
at that.
this. I mean, look at that. Perfect on outside zone 1. Feels outside zone 2. Nice angle. Nice flick. Nice transition going outside zone 3. Feels outside zone 3. Up until here, he's perfect. And now getting into the touch and go, he is pretty far out, so I believe that will be a full score. But right there at the transition, he spins out. Oh my God, what a waste. Oh man.
Phenomenal though at the beginning. He definitely had a textbook way of entering those zones and fulfilling every bit of those zones. Well, like you said, he carried too much momentum through that touch and go into that outer zone 4, which we saw.
Hey, but this proves that this young driver is ready, because he could lay down a run like that, and if he could have finished that, I mean, that would have been probably the top qualifier for the day.
And I ain't gonna lie, hands down to Team Orange, because that car sounded beautiful, especially for doing an all-night, over-the-night engine swap to it.
Exactly.
So hands down, Team Orange. 87 is where he's gonna roll into, but next up at the line is gonna be Hokuto Matsuyama in his Trail Motor Apex Racing. Team R.
All right, so this
Toyo
is
tire.
yeah, this is another young driver, and boom, nice flick on the entry. He is filling the outside zone 2. Very good job right there.
Phenomenal job leaving outer zone 3. Look at that beautiful textbook way of outer zone 3 fulfillment into that touch and go. And let's see this finish right here. Oh, and able to finish strong. And 82 was his initial score. I have a strong feeling he collected the points that he left out on the track before.
Wow, I would say that that was a pretty good run compared to his compared to his first run. This is a lot more exciting, and it looks like he is putting his car in the places he wants it to be. Very minimal mistakes. very fluid and smooth throughout the track. So yeah, he's feeling the touch and goes right there. I think he got a little carried away for trying to throw the angle. If he was able to do a transition a little bit earlier, it probably would have been better, but I would have to say that was a pretty good run.
The biggest thing, though, is this is textbook. Look at this. This track looks a little wonky and a little difficult, but if you put yourself in the right place, look at that. You set yourself up for success. Well, I have a strong feeling his score is going to be bumped up. Beautiful job. What a way to open up the second half of qualifying.
Yo, this is exciting. Like, everything was kind of slow-paced and becoming slow-paced, but these two drivers just started off the qualifying at a high note. So I'm excited to see what he's going to get for his first run.
Exactly. We are feeding off the energy that they're giving us with these drivers. Hopefully they'll carry us all the way through, all 47 of these drivers. So let's see, or these cars.
Hey, and it feels, maybe it's the comfort where they already,
There you go, 92 our
points.
First
Good job.
in the 90 zone for the 2022 series right here, Matsuyama.
Good job by Matsuyama. That was a very phenomenal run by this young driver. He is a top qualifier right now. He came back in with the second run. He did a very exciting run, and maybe he went back to look at his old run to see what he had to do better for the second run.
But let's see how his teammate's going to do here. Number 87, Daigo Saito. A lot of y'all know him as a very aggressive and passionate driver. He kind of gave you guys a little bit of a taste of, okay, I'm going to give you just a score for now, but he's going to throw down this time. I know he is.
Ex-FD USA champion.
Here he is coming in real aggressive in outer zone 1. Beautiful job in outer zone 1, carrying it all the way. Oh! But not able to come through.
Oh, man.
He got an 84 for his first qualify run. There he is right there, finishing off.
Hey, maybe somebody radioed him and said, yo, your teammate Matsuyama just got a 92, and he was like, nah.
Ain't happening.
Ain't happening. But he tried a little too hard.
Came a little too aggressive into that outer zone too. Just couldn't hang on right there in the outer zone 2.
Yeah, so Daigo went off-roading for his second run. Want to keep it within the lines, but he went to try hard. And you know what? Speaking from experience, Daigo wasn't really a high qualifying driver when he was competing in the FDUS previously as well. His, I don't know, go-to is the tandem. So I'm pretty sure that this 84 points that he got for his first run is going to put him into the top 32. So looking forward to seeing him mix up the
bunch pretty much. He is very aggressive when it comes to the tandem battles. He's an aggressive driver. He likes to attack. So we'll see. But next up is going to be number 88, Roy Okabe, in his Team Kazama and power vehicles. Got a 67 on his first qualify run. He's definitely not in that safe zone. He needs to bump it up, step it up, and make it happen. And here he is coming up to the 3-2-1, taking a wide line coming into the outer zone, but able to fill all of it, pushing it to the back end of outer zone 2. Now, how is he going to do here? Looks like he's headed to King just a little. But here he is, diving up into outer zone 4. And losing it right there.
Dude, that was good. It's like, oh my God, like that would have been a pretty good score. Yeah.
Yeah, that was real rough there. He had it. It looked like he struggled a little leaving outer zone 3, and he tried to pick it up through this touch and go, but maybe carried too much momentum into that transition to outer zone 4. But let's see. Nice job was in outer zone 1 and 2. Here he is coming up to outer zone 3.
Yeah, that was, look at that, on the line. Good job, and check out the drone. It ran into the car. But there you go, he does a good job right there at the touch and go, and the transition right there goes a little too hard and spins out. He just threw it all the way. Oh my God, that would have been a good run as well. Following Kohashi's run, where that was a pretty spectacular run. Oh man, and I know Okabe is sitting on a 67. That would have definitely put him in, I mean, I would have to say high 80s for sure.
For sure, yeah. I know he put it all out on the line there, but leaving outer zone 3, he looked phenomenal, but it almost looked like he was just trying to, keep his momentum, but maybe dedicated too much to that outer zone 4.
Yeah, it looked like he was struggling to leave, trying to find traction. but it looked very smooth, and he was able to fill the zones and everything up until his transition at the outside zone 4. So that's unfortunate. But now let's go on, move along to the next driver.
So next is going to be number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro in his Good Ride JZX 100 Mark II.
All right, so let's see some exciting driving. Let's go.
There he is. Nice job into outer zone 1. Taking a little bit of a bumper there. Not quite being able to get all the way out to outer zone 2, but here he is. Oh, is he going to hold on to it? Oh, kind of correcting a little. But he's trying to hang on for dear life out of outer zone 3. And oh, dipping 2 tires and spinning out through the finish. So not the way he wants to leave, but he got a 72 for his first qualify run, and that's what he's going to be taking on to see if he can qualify for the top 32.
I mean, I just have to say that there's a major mistake for leaving outside zone 3. He shouted up a lot. I mean, almost that might even be an incomplete anyways, but he did spin out at the finish line. So most likely this is going to be an incomplete for his run. He is currently sitting on a 72. I'm not even sure what the average score is going to be to make it into top 32, but yeah, unfortunately he did spin out. You do have to finish off.
There you go, incomplete for him. I'm kind of sad they're destroying the lines that we painted.
yeah, no, we just painted in between the first and second qualify, but I would have to say that they're kind of finally stepping it up.
Oh,
It looks like there's more excitement than the first runs because it was very slow energy or low energy runs, and it looks like they're trying really, really hard. And maybe they kind of feel that after they had that time off in between the first and the second qualify run, they're able to look back to their run and see what they did wrong and try to make it and brush it up to get a better score.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing that you kept talking and preaching last year was, hey, go reassess what was going on, what the scores were, what your run was like, and go from there and learn from it and step it up, which a lot of these drivers look like they are, but at the same time, they're getting too aggressive and too excited for their run.
Now, maybe they got super excited and kind of lost concentration because they were like, oh, I made it. And right before the finish line, they kind of gave up. Yeah.
But I must say that they're connecting the first and second outer zones, and that's what we were missing the first half of this qualifying run. So here we are, up at the line is going to be number 330, Shigehisa Sasayama in his ESL.com JZX 100 Chaser. Got a 70 on his first qualify run, and there he is filling outer zone 1 and getting in that real fine edge of outer zone 2. But look at that job, leaving a little early in outer zone 3, but not too bad. Coming up to this touch and go. And let's see how he's going to finish here into outer zone 4. And really kind of decelled there, kind of saved himself.
Yeah, so the commitment level and also the fluidity wasn't quite there. Even at the entry, let's go ahead and check out the replay right here. He does a flick. I guess the entry wasn't too bad, but right there's a bobble leaving outside zone 2, then flicks a little too hard, doesn't reach all the way out to the outside zone 3 area. And right here, he had to cut in a lot to keep the drift going around the touch and go area. Then right here after the transition, he had to slow down a lot and didn't try to use the angle to slow the car down. Yeah, I would have to say he does have a score down.
Here you go, you can see where he filled the zones. Right there, he was right on that edge of outer zone 2, just getting a bumper there, just like he did in outer zone 3. So he kind of played a little safe on his line there, but like Robbie said, it might have affected him here when he had to dive in a little, coming into outer zone 4 and playing it safe.
So it's a fine line between having to throw angle so you're not your line will stay wherever you want it to stay. When you go into the corner and when you're shallow angled, the car is going to want to push to the outside of the turn.
There you go, 75.
75, he betters his score by 5 points from his first run. So let's see if that 75 is going to be enough for him to be in the top 32 for tomorrow's head-to-head competitions.
Next up at the line is going to be number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo in his vacancy with weld cockpit Kobe 180SX.
Yeah, so I remember Kubo's car was RB26 and he made now it's a 2JZ, and he's been in the series for a little bit, so let's see how he's going to do.
Got a 72 on his first qual run, was nothing near outer zone 1 or outer zone 2, just like he did on his first run, same thing. I don't know if he saw his replay or what, but he missed outer zones 1 and 2. And really is just trying to speed through the course, which, like you said, it's not a race to the finish. It's a matter of drifting, staying sideways, and being in those zones.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's driving the track time attack style, I guess, because, I mean, he's nowhere near outside zone 1, nowhere near outside zone 2. And right here, he doesn't feel outside zone 3 so good. Oh, or actually, outside zone 3 wasn't that bad. But right here, shallows up a lot, does okay on touch and go. Then right here, going through outside zone 4 too, he had to, how can I say it, make an adjustment in speed and change the pace of the car because he was going in too fast or going in a little too shallow. So when you do the switchback, you have to actually brake, you have to slow the car down more just to make sure that it doesn't go outside of outside zone 4.
So let's see here, you see him right there, fulfilling outer zone 3, but 1 and 2 struggled in. So 72 is what he had for his initial first qualify run. But once again, like his first qualify run, he made the mistake of outer zone 1 and 2, overshooting it, or not overshooting, I guess undershooting it and just speeding right past. There you go, 71. So just
yeah,
a little better in outer zone, or not a little better, a little less on outer zone 1 and 2, like I said before, and then outer zone 4. So next up in the burnout box, he's getting ready to go, is number 771, Hiroya Minoa with Team Cusco Racing in his A90 Supra. Got a 78 on his first qualified run in the Pro Series. He was actually the MSC champ and podiumed, or came out to win the FDJ2 event also.
Yeah. So he did a good job debuting. He was driving his mother's car in the MSC series and also the FDJ2 series, I believe. And so now he's in a totally different car, totally different platform, because he's always been driving a JZX chassis, and now he's in an A90 Supra, but well-built vehicle that Kusaba was campaigning last year for Cusco Racing on Yokohama tires.
And yes, his dad, he's sitting out this season. There was no retirement or nothing. He's sitting out to focus to make sure Hiroya gets 100% and makes good support and success by his family. So here he is coming into outer zone 1. Beautiful job into outer zone 1, but can he carry it through? Beautiful into outer zone 2. Nice job filling that zone. And here he is coming up to this touch and go and just ripping them tires up, coming around into outer zone 4. And this is one experienced driver right there.
See, so he was on his e-brake a lot longer at the entry, but now they shortened it. So this is definitely something that they went back and looked at his first run and compared the scores and tried to better it. And in my opinion, as a style judge, it was better than the first run. Look at that, filling the outside zone 2. A little short on outside zone 3, but enough angle to get by. And now he's setting himself up to go through the touch and go. Does a okay job at touch and go, and a nice transition going to outside zone 4. A little late and a little bit of a wobble out the outside zone 4, but I think overall he did a very good job. Very smooth.
Exactly. 78 was his initial run. We'll see what the judges say to bump him up a little bit more, but like you said, here's the overview. Able to lock in outer zones 1 and 2. Outer zone 3, he was right on the edge. Could have been a lot deeper there, but able to carry that angle through to the touch and go and take the momentum into that last zone there to the finish.
I like the way he initiated because he got on gas right when he had to be. So
boom,
there you go,
80
80 points. So he had a 78 for his first run, and he got 2 points more for his second run. He got an 80, so he definitely did a little bit better than his first run. So good job by the 12-year-old. Now let's move on to the next young driver that's aligned.
It's going to be number 212, Ryutaro Oe, in the Awa Tire Japan Environmental Development Racing Sylvia S15. Got a 76 on his first qualify run. He's the son of Fujinaka, so we'll see how how they're going to pan out, because right now his dad's on an incomplete. So what is he going to do here to bump him up to the set into the 80s? There he is. Beautiful job into outer zone 1. Right on that edge of outer zone 2, carrying it all the way through to the back end of outer zone 3. Not too bad. Let's see how he's going to carry it and finish off this run for his second qualifier run through outer zone 4. I kind of dragged 4 out there, but whew. Dipping 2 tires right there through the finish. The run was very solid. Robbie's really focused right now. So see that right there? He's right on the back edge of that outer zone 3. And then right here, this is where he had too much momentum coming in and tried to gas out to pull himself out of the rut, but, you know, dipped 2 tires. So we'll see what the judges have to say. Robbie's still reassessing that run right there.
Yeah, so there's 2 problems in that run, or 2 major problems that he made. Let me go ahead and explain to you real quick. So the way he made his, how can I say it? I would have to say the initiation, he did kind of kill a lot of momentum going into it, but besides that, there's a bigger problem where him going from outside zone 3 to 4, it didn't look like, or how can I say it? It was more excessive where that he was struggling to keep the car sideways, and he didn't do a good job through here, and also, you know, finishing it off by dipping a tire outside, almost doing a half spin. And yeah, we did incomplete a few cars, but he did come back onto the track and he finished his drift. So we will not give him an incomplete, but that's definitely going to be hurting his score. So I doubt that he's going to be getting a higher score than his first run.
Okay, yeah, 76 was his first run. Do you think him going from outer zone 3 there, carrying it a little bit too far in outer zone 3 and a little bit deep, affected his line going in?
Yeah, I think his outside zone 3, where he had to kind of pull angle because he was going off too much and letting off on the gas. And right when he got back onto the gas, that kind of carried him more outside of outside zone 3 and the end of outside zone 3.
There you go,
so
70.
There you go. So 70 points. We're going to have to go with this 76-point run, which is his first run. Let's see what the borderline and where the bubble is for our score.
Exactly, but next up, ready to go, already lined up, is going to be number 610, Kei Murakami in his Village Up JZX 100 Mark II. Got a 65 on his first qualify run. Definitely not in the safe zone, and he has to not play it safe, but play it very aggressive and really analyze what he has to do to get max amount of points. And here he is coming in outer zone 1. Not too bad in outer zone 1, but not quite into outer zone 2 there, but this one he has to make it up. But once again, outer zone 3 wasn't able to get all the way out to outer zone 3. He definitely, able to hold on, but that's the thing. He struggled throughout the middle portion and right there at the end of the track.
Let's
see this replay. Not a hard flick into outer zone 1, but he was able to get into the zone, but you can see right there, wasn't able to complete outer zone 2, and then outer zone 3, he was nowhere near that zone, which would make it impossible for somebody to chase that right there. Not impossible, but it wouldn't be a good tandem run if the chase was trying to stay right at his door. And there you go, you saw him dip the 2 tires at the end. Here's another view, the overview, and you can see how far he was from these zones.
All right, so check this out. I mean, he was way far from the zones, and right here, he does travel a little too straight for too long, number 1. Number 2, right here, he goes to the finish line, but look at this. He's 3 tires off, and obviously, we want you to stay on the track to finish. Even you're going through the finish line, you're going through the finish line going off the course, so we're going to have to give him an incomplete.
Yeah, very unfortunate. 65 is what he's going to have to bank on to see if he can make him a contender for the top 32. But like I was saying, in the first half of qualifying, we're going to be chopping off 15 drivers. We have about 47 drivers today. So it's going to be a rough batch. So who's going to make it in the top 32 at round 1 here at Suzuka Twin?
All right, so you know what? The energy was getting higher. It looks like we're losing it a little bit. So let's see if Sato could keep the energy going, because I was getting a little excited earlier with some fabulous runs that we had previously. So let's go ahead and take it to that level again. Let's see if Sato could bring us there in a
Here we
second
go
run.
right now. Takumi Sato coming up in his JZX 100. Not bad in outer zone 1-2. Came a little aggressive in outer zone 3 there, or outer zone 2, and is he going to be able to carry it all the way through to outer zone 4? And this is actually one of the lower horsepower JZX 100s that are out here. He's got about 500 to the wheel. And, you know, not too bad, but he was real aggressive in those zones. And, you know, he was real deep into them also.
Yeah, I would have to say very smooth, but not, there you go, there's a little bobble there leaving outside zone 2. Very smooth, but not getting on gas. Probably doesn't have so much horsepower, so it doesn't run too much grip. The car kind of, it's coasting around, but it's not putting itself where it's supposed to. Right there, he barely gets onto the gas until he's midterm or middle of outside zone 4. So definitely not so much commitment either.
Yeah, he had a 73 for his first run. He definitely positioned himself where he wanted to be in the zones, but the commitment level wasn't there. Like you said, he not decel, but he got off throttle in a lot of those zones.
Yeah, he started off good. Like outside zone 1 and 2 looked pretty good, but after that it was everything. You know, the part that you really need the power on this track is probably after outside zone 3.
So we'll see here what the judges have to say. There's the view right there of where the spectators are. Got a good amount of spectators today. Hopefully we'll have a lot more tomorrow. Got the vendor booth set up.
Yeah, it is kind of a small venue, but I heard that they did kind of sell out on the parking tickets that they hoped.
76, so he actually got a higher score than his first qualify run.
So there you go. I would have to say that might be borderline for these drivers, somewhere in the middle of the 70s.
So next up at the line is going to be number 86, Kenichi Takashima, in his Team Ito Auto Ken with Hirano tires with Good Ride, JZX 100 Chaser. Got about 600 under the hood. 74 is what he got for his first qualified run. What is he going to do here to make himself different? And look at this approach into outer zone 1. Nice job filling that outer zone 1, and here he is. See the commitment level leaving outer zone 3 here. Looks like he's hesitating just a little through that outer zone 3. And had a little bobble correction right there through that touch and going, oh, is he going? Able to hold on there, but you can see how he really had a hard initiation to that outer zone 4.
Yeah.
Looks like he had a pretty big mistake here in the touch and go region.
Yeah,
Let's see this
so
replay.
let's go ahead and check this out. Outside zone 2, he does okay. Outside zone 3, he does fill the zone right here. But right here, he has to cut in right there. So it was pretty early, so he wasn't able to stretch the drift. And right here too, that was a little not so smooth in my opinion.
Oh, the transition.
Yeah.
There's the overview. Not too bad. Real early into outer zone 3, which made him leave a little bit early and diving in for that touch and go. And then there you go. He missed outer zone 4 because he came in too hot. The transition was too hard. So 74. Will the judges be giving him more? Or did he make too many mistakes out of that run?
Yeah, so there was a number of mistakes. None of them were critical enough to give him an incomplete, but I would have to say that that's probably not going to beat his earlier score, which was a 74.
So we'll see here. Waiting for the scores to get put in. There you go, 66. So yes, that's a huge hit for him. 74 is what he's going to have to bank on. See if it's enough to get him in the top 32 qualification. Next up at the line is going to be number 218, Konosuke Fujimoto.
All right.
In his D-Dash Racing S15.
All right, so started off kind of exciting on the second runs. So let's go ahead and check this out.
Let's get some excitement in here. Let's
there
go.
You go. Let's go. Let's see
SR
what
powered
Fujimoto...
S15 coming up to outer zone 1 here. Here he is, coming pretty aggressive. Nice job in outer zone 1. Let's see if he can carry this through. Beautiful job. Outer zone 2, right in that fine edge, back edge of outer zone 2 to outer zone 3 here. Able to carry it through the touch and go, but let's see how he's going to control this momentum into outer zone 4. Had a little correction there in outer zone 4, but overall not too bad in those zones, those first 3 zones.
I would have to say the first 3 zones, it looked really good. In the second half, he kind of fell off on the run, but let's go ahead and check this out. There you go. Pretty nice flick, nice angle. Fills outside zone 2. Then right here, it looks like he doesn't throw angle. Had to fix himself, get to the outside of the outside zone 3. A big correction at the outside zone 3. Then right here too, he gets on the brakes, tries to slow the car down, but I think he slowed the car down a little bit too much. Then he had to get back on gas. So I would have to say not the prettiest.
Yeah, he definitely took away. He made the obvious corrections, especially with the braking at the end right there, and then right here, that huge correction, trying to adjust himself to be in the right spot for outer zone 3. And let's see that right about here is whenever he brakes to make sure he didn't overshoot outer zone 4. Because you got to think, if we were in the States right now, there'd be walls probably at most of those zones.
Yeah, it'd probably be a K-rail and your car would be gone.
Yeah, so let's see this replay once again. Like I said, it is SR powered, 540 horsepower, got a 76 on his first qualify run. Was that enough to get him in the 80s or bump his score up just a little bit more? And as you watch this replay, it looks like our tow van just left, possibly to go help him out. Not sure if he had to shut down. Oh no, they're good. 77, there you go. Bumped himself up 1 point. But is that going to be safe?
That might be. 77 might be enough.
It's a lot of cars, 15 cars going home.
Uh-oh.
Looks like the doctor himself, Nagayasu Miyagi with the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles 8.6 is...
looks like a fire extinguisher, so maybe there was a fire.
That's not good right there. He got a 68 on his first qualify run. Robbie's on the radio right now, see if he can get some more insight for y'all out there, because we aren't sure what happened. Because right now the start line's about, I'd say, 200, 300 yards away from us. We could see a clear view, but we didn't see any flames or anything from here. And there's the beautiful Suzuka Twin Circuit MR2 as the anchor. So hopefully he'll be able to get the car squared away and fixed.
So he was warming up and his tire...
One sec. So Robbie will probably explain it again, but apparently, I guess, when he was warming up, getting his tires warmed, his tire somehow caught fire. But I'm not sure if it's residual fuel that was leaking down to the tires and it sparked it. But you can see right there, they're taking a look. Because it could have been anything, because they got the tank right there. They got the spot where they fill up the tank. So I don't know if there's residual fuel there that caused it to get on the tire, and then while he's warming up, it sparked the fire. we'll see here. But yes, Miyagi, he's actually a FDJ2 driver that got moved up this year. We call him Dr. Miyagi because last year for FDJ, he was actually the doctor for the FDJ team. But now he's here competing, and looks like it's safe for him to go ahead and fire it up. And
no, well, he's actually going to take it back to the pits to make sure everything's safe, take off all the tire rubber or whatever excessive on there. He's going to be calling his 5.
Okay.
So they're going to go ahead and tow his vehicle back to the pits. The 5 minutes going to start there. And obviously you get 1 5-minute, you get to use the 5-minute once throughout the whole weekend. So after this for the tandem, he's not going to have any 5 minutes left, but he's going to go ahead and roll back to the car or to the pits real quick to make sure that his car is safe. And we'll be right back after these short messages.
Yokohama.
The brightness, called brilliant, blinding and vivid, Valentine.
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
伝統と革新小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
What's up guys, it's Frederick Ospo and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
メイドインジャパンブリード
We are back here in Mie Prefecture, Suzuka Twin Circuit for the 2022 Formula Drift Japan Championship Series. And there you are, you see us. We had to slide our masks off because it was, you know, we had a lot of complaints saying that you weren't able to hear us and stuff like that. But hey, we're back, excited to be here.
Go.
Yeah, we're this is Daijiro Yoshihara, Robin Nishida, and Kenny Harris. And right over there we have Taniguchi, and we also have Imamura as the other judge. And all the way on the end we got Tom Saiba doing the Japanese side of the commentators. And yes, this is an exciting venue to be back. And it looked like we had a little slow start for the first qualifying runs, but looks like everybody's firing it up for the second ones. It's getting more and more exciting. I just can't wait to see what's going to come up next.
See, when Robbie gets excited, he just keeps talking, and that's what I've noticed, which I like it. I'm glad you got a little energy boost. What's going on, everybody? But like he was saying, judges are, it's a 30-30-40 split, and that's what it comes down to for the scoring if you're just joining in with us. And we have 3 judges for that factor, which he already introduced the judges.
Yes, and I am the style judge, Robbie Nishida. Right next to me is our guest judge for the round, Daijiro Yoshihara. Slide or Daijiro Yoshihara from the USA.
You do that very well.
No, I like to do that. He's giving me a bitter smirk right now, but he is a line judge for this time. He has 30 points. And next to Dai is Yoichi Imamura, which has been the FD Japan judge for a few years with me. He has 30 points as an angle judge. So let's see what's going to happen. Right now, I think looks like Miyagi is the next one up. His tire rubber caught on fire at the start. They took care of it with the fire extinguisher, so they just took the car back real quick to double check to make sure there's no damages. They called their 5, so now they're lining up to the start line. So let's see how his second qualify run is going to be.
Yes, because he got a 68 for his first qualify run, but like you were talking about getting their tires warmed up, do they have the same rules like in the States, the whole 30-second rule for getting their tires warmed up?
They don't yet, but we're working on it right now. They do take a little bit longer, but I think we're going to implement a 45-second rule going into the top 32 tomorrow. So we're not seeing drivers out there, you know, taking forever and, you know, holding up the show. You know, it's for everybody. Everything goes smoother and quicker.
Yeah, I know when we were running the live on the Instagram, people were asking, hey, how long are they allowed out there? Where's the timer at? Blah, blah, blah. And I just wanted to get the actual proof coming from your mouth of how the regulations will be. But there you go. You can see Miyagi. I'm not quite sure if y'all can see or not. It looks like he is lined up, ready to go. Like Robbie said, his back right tire caught fire during his warm-up.
Yeah, so I don't know if his exhaust is in that area, and that helped ignite the rubber that was left over probably behind the rear tire. But I mean, that's a lot of that's a heated run.
Yeah.
And yeah, the warm-up, that must have been a very heated warm-up that Miyagi did that made his tire catch on fire at the start line.
And going back to his team, Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, they got a busy weekend. They got 5 cars here that they're supporting. And here he is, Miyagi coming in, got a 60 on his first initial qualify run. Beautiful job into Outer Zone 1, but not quite all the way there for Outer Zone 2. And here he is coming to Outer Zone 3. Not bad at all, and here he is ripping across right here in the touch and go. Kind of tried to e-brake a little there into outer zone 4 here and there, trying to control his momentum into that outer zone 4, not making the mistake like many drivers have made toward the end of the track.
It was very fluid, but I'm not going to say very committed. But I would have to say that was maybe like an average run by Miyagi. But right here, not a crazy flick, a little bit of a slow initiation. Doesn't make it out the outside zone 2. Has a hard time keeping the car out on the outside zone 3. Kind of making it to the outside towards the end of it. The touch and go, he does a good job, but he did have to drag on the e-brake a little bit going through it. And the transition to a little late on gas. And yeah, altogether, I would have to say kind of a lower energy run by Miyagi. But I would have to say maybe that tire...
Yeah, you can see right there, totally missed outer zone 2. There he is early into outer zone 3. Able to stay in all of outer zone 3 there, but that may have caused him the reason why he had to yank the e-brake right there in that touch and go area.
Yeah, and maybe that tire catching on fire for Miyagi kind of messed up his pace, because I know it's kind of annoying when you're at the start line and you're about to go and you're concentrated.
69 for his final score for qualifying. He had a 68, bumped it up 1, so he got a 69. Hopefully that will be enough to get him in the top 32.
Yeah, so like I was saying, that might be a little annoying to have to wait and take care of business. And yeah, safety is first, so that's just tough luck. Yeah, that does mess with the driver's head when you're already concentrated, ready to go.
And another Team Kazama with power vehicles is up. Koji Nagase, he was a FDJ2 driver just like Miyagi. Let's see how he's going to perform and step up and build on his 76-point qualify first run. And here he is, not too bad in outer zones 1 and 2, filling all in the back deep end of outer zone 3 there, transitioning through the touch and go. And how is he going to finish off right here? Not too bad into the outer zone 4, but could have been a little deeper in that zone.
Yeah, so that was very similar to his first run. I would have to say very low energy run. It looks like it's not gripped up too much. As you can see, there's not much tire smoke. His initiation looks good. He does take the outside zone 2 very well and the outside zone 3, but not on gas too early. He lights up the tires a little too late on the outside zone 3, makes it around the touch and go area, but right here too, he's kind of coasting through the track, so I'm not going to say that he has a high amount of angle either, but a very average run by Nagase. Not too exciting, but I'm not going to say that he made a lot of mistakes either. He did a fairly good job by being very fluid, but I'm not going to say that there's a high amount of commitment.
And there you go. You see how he's on the back edge of that outer zone 3 coming up to this touch and go. Staying in as long as he did for outer zone 3, he did a good job through the touch and go. A lot of them were making mistakes and trying to reinitiate through that touch and go region, but he was able to keep it consistent. 84.
Wow, that was a high amount of score because of a good amount of line and good amount of angle. And like I said, it was a low energy run, so the style score isn't crazy, but he did manage to get an 84.
So not bad. 84 seems pretty safe this far into qualifying. Next up at the line is going to be number 770, also an ex-FDJ2 driver. Moving up to FDJ is going to be Yoshitatsu Kaneda in his Team Cusco Racing GR86.
Yeah, and he got an 89 for his first run, and that was the #1 qualifier, even up until Matsuyama beat him for his second run. So now Kaneda has a chance to run his second run to beat the #1 qualifier right now, which is Matsuyama.
So we'll see how he does here. I think he did a pretty phenomenal job on his first run. Obviously got an 89, but there's a little bit of room, and here he is coming with a nice flick in outer zone 1, early in outer zone 1, taking all of outer zone 2. Beautiful job to track it all the way out, and here he is in the far end zone, but can he hold it? Oh. Had to make a little correction there, leaving outer zone 3. But man, that first 2 zones were phenomenal. but he probably bit off more than he can chew.
All right, we just kind of made a decision right there, made it easy for everybody. But yeah, he made a major correction to outside zone 3, and he pretty much straight beamed it out of outside zone 3 and made a huge correction, and he had to straighten out. So we're going to count that as an incomplete because there's no way a chase car could follow that. That's an unchaseable lead run, in our opinion. So we're going to go ahead and give him an incomplete. I think we are going to give him an incomplete.
I'm looking forward to his tandem driving. He looks very aggressive right now in the qualify run. So coming up to tandem, I think it's going to be a very spectacular and aggressive event that he's going to show us tomorrow.
Yeah, then I think he tried to bring a little bit more flair because he probably got motivated by watching Matsuyama's run, and he probably wanted to better that score, and that kind of, I don't know, he got maybe overexcited on that run and couldn't make it, so hopefully he'll do good on the tandem.
Yeah, speaking of bettering their scores, Mao Yamanaka definitely has to step up his score. He got a 75. He was our champ of FDJ2, our first time ever running that series last year. Won the whole series, podium multiple times, and here he is ripping around this touch and go. Coming around to outer zone 4 here, controlling himself, and looks like kind of settled himself at the end.
Yeah, there was a lot of small mistakes that he did make. Like let's say right here, after the first initiation, he had to do a lot of steering correction over here to keep the car. There you go. There you go. A lot of angle adjustment there at the outside zone 2 area. Does a good job on outside zone 3. And right here, dips one tire. Not a big deal, but right after here too, he dragged the e-brake a little bit too long, had to fix the angle going to outside zone 4 too. So I'm not going to say, watching him as FDJ2 champion, I would have to say that I've seen him do better, but let's see how he is going to do for this run.
So yeah, like I said, 75 was his first initial. It looks like whenever he dipped his tire, that's when his car kind of got a little loose there.
Yeah, and right there, yeah. It's kind of a sloppy run by Mao, and I'm kind of, I'm surprised of his performance today, I think, but...
Yeah, and it's crazy because last year he started the season off in an SR-powered S15, and then he stepped it up to a 2J1, which he's in now right now. There you go. Just a little bit higher on the point score to a 77.
Yeah, but now I don't even know who's safe now because everybody's upping their scores little by little. And I'm not sure if that's going to be close or if that's going to be the safe zone. We're going to have to see.
Next up at the line, FD driver definitely has to get his score up from a 74. It's going to be number 21, Ken Gushi, in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles Lexus RC, powered by a VR38.
Yeah, so he just flew in on Thursday and actually came over Friday morning and drove this car for the first time. So let's see how comfortable he is in this vehicle.
Here he is coming in. Sounds like he's coming in real aggressive into outer zone 1. Nice job into outer zone 1. Coming around to outer zone 2. Getting the fine edge of outer zone 2. Let's see if he can carry it through to that back end right there of outer zone 3. And ripping right across in front of us to outer zone 4 here. Can he control it into outer zone 4? And nice finesse into the finish.
Well, that was a close one because it didn't look like, it looked like he was let off on outside zone 4, but he did get back on it. Very clean run, but I'm not going to say that that was a full potential of the car. But it looks like a nice flick. Doesn't make it all the way out to the outside zone 2 area. Does a good job on outside zone 3. And right here, very clean job. I think he took it kind of safe, like even around right here too. A little bit of adjustment, but I would have to say very minimal.
I'm not going to lie, that's a phenomenal job because like you said, he came in yesterday halfway through practice, got a few runs in this morning. I honestly think you could count on your hands how many times he's driven this thing through, how many laps he's got in this car.
Yeah, because I know we have a 12 run count. We have a 12-run count for the the practice runs that they could do before the qualify. So at the most, he has 12 laps.
And that's crazy because he's driving a left-hand drive in the States, coming here, driving a right-hand drive, fighting, jet lag, traveling all the way up here because Tokyo's 4.5 hours away. He flew into Tokyo, then he had to take a train. It's insane. Like, y'all don't understand. I know he's a pro driver. give him credit for that because he can adjust to what he needs to adjust to. But for me, coming from the non-pro driver side, that's insane. So let's see what the judges have for him. An 83.
83, there you go.
83 seems very safe to be in the top 32. Way to achieve that.
Yeah, it's a big car to drive around and throw around on this little track, but I'm pretty sure that there's more potential hidden under that car and also the driver. So if that links up really good, I think that's going to be a very competitive pair.
Back to another stateside driver right here, number 53, Wataru Masuyama right here in his 2J Power 350Z coming around. And like I said, the steering wheel's on the opposite side for what he's used to. Very aggressive into that outer zone 2. Swinging around, filling full zones, coming in front of the judges stand, ripping and making it happen into outer zone 4 here. And oh, he's owning that car 100% by good ride.
Yeah, very exciting drive. And I'm sorry, the replay is still RF play, but that's a replay. So here you go. Nice flick by Masuyama. And right here, he does make it pretty close out to the outside zone 2. The transition was a little hesitant, but I think he did a good job overall. And not so many adjustments. Pretty fluid, I would have to say. I'm not going to say that there's... Oh, you know what? Actually, there is a good amount of commitment there, too. So I would have to say that was a pretty clean run.
Yeah, you can see right there, he was in the deep pocket of outer zone 1, and he's still in outer zone 2, but look at this. Look how deep he is in outer zone 3. If there was a wall there, he'd be wall riding the whole time, coming up to this touch and go. And not a bad job by Masuyama. Got an 80 on his first initial qualify run.
Yeah, and like Masuyama, I believe that this is probably one of his first times he's driving that car, too. So
the car's been around for a while, though, right? It was
yeah.
there you go, 88. It was
so I know Masuyama has a left-hand drive Fox body, not Fox body, the Mustang afterwards, because he shipped one back from the States to Japan. Yeah. And I seen him on his social media driving that. Maybe that's his practice car, a left-hand drive car for the car he's driving right now. But that's a good job by Masuyama. That was an 88-point run. And let's see how he is going to do in the
top 32. But here we are moving on to number 93, Monkey Ito in his Team Hirano Tire JZX 100 Chaser. See if he can step it up. He got a 78 on his first qualifier run. Let's see how aggressive he will approach this outer zone 1, because I believe this is where he kind of struggled at. And look at that, nice job in outer zone 1. Able to get right there into outer zone 2. But looks like he's kind of struggling a little, bobbing back and forth with the car. Oh, and a huge adjust, kind of a braking there coming up to outer zone 4.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like he's making out to the outside zones. Well, right here, he's in the okay flick. Good amount of angle, but a little too early, too much angle. Cannot make it out to the outside zone 3. And after here too, he doesn't throw enough angle where he's too shallow, and it's gonna push him out to the outside, or I'm sorry, shoots inside.
So we'll see if that was enough to get him higher than a 78 for his qualify run. And you can see right there, totally missing outer zone 3, but able to adjust himself to make it to outer zone 4, but on that fine edge of outer zone 4 there. And yeah, every time the drone shows footage, they actually have a dirt track off to the side too. And there's actually another track right down the road. So a lot going on here at Suzuka Twin. There you go, 68. So it looks like he's gonna have to take his first qualifier run into top 32. And I think we're almost close to that halfway point of our second qualify runs for each of these drivers. At the line right now, we have number 7, Junji Yamamoto in his 5X 2JZ FD3S, powered by a 2J. 700 horsepower, 81 on his initial qualify run. I believe it's the same car as last year, just changed the livery setup. And look at that, coming into outer zone 2, not too bad. Let's see if he can carry this through to the second half of this track. Not bad, ripping pretty hard here through the touch and go. And able to carry it all the way out. A little shallow in that outer zone 4 right there.
Yeah, so I don't know what it is, but it's very fluid, but it looks like, I don't know, I guess it's lacking in flair. I don't even know how to explain that, but he's doing what he's supposed to do, but it doesn't look like he's on the edge all the time where he's not doing crazy flicks. I would have to say it's a pretty average run. There's a lot of throttle, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't look like he's on the edge of the tracks everywhere. It doesn't look like he's doing a crazy transition. So I would have to say that was a very, very average but clean run.
So you can tell by Robbie's tone, it wasn't super exciting by any means.
But he's doing what he's supposed to do.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
He's placing the car where he needs to place it. But I'm not going to lie, Yamamoto last year was throwing insane angle coming into him. I know it's not all about insane reverse entry or anything like that, but he was throwing some aggressive entry into outer zone 1 and 2.
I think that's what it is. He dialed himself down a little bit just to become more accurate because he had not much accuracy last year, doing some crazy entries and whatever he had in mind. But it looks like he's dialing it down. But hey, you know what? You got to do whatever. You got to do what you got to do to be able to get a score.
There you go, 76.
His first run with the 81 is a little bit better than his run that he just made right now. So I think when you're in the 80s, you're kind of safe making it into the top 32. So I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing Yamamoto for the tandem tomorrow.
Next is the line is going to be number 18, Tetsuya Iha, coming all the way from Okinawa in his Crown. So yeah, with his Crown, he actually keeps it here locally, has a mechanic here that takes care of it, and then he flies in and kind of drives it. But he's been driving this for a few years now, changed the livery from last year to this year with all red, coming in white. Beautiful looking car. Here he is coming real aggressive into outer zone 1. Could have been a little bit harder on that entry right there, but here he is transitioning over to outer zone 3. Oh, and not able to carry it, had to shut down.
Yeah, maybe popped out of gear or something.
That's very unfortunate. Got a 76 on his first qualify run. Man. It's interesting seeing him drive this car because when we went to Okinawa for MSC, he had that little...
the Mira with the SR20 in it. That was a cute little car.
Yeah, it was like a 180 chassis that he put a mirror shell over it pretty much.
Yeah, a K-car shell. So that was a pretty cool car. But yeah, it looks like the car popped out of gear or something. So that's unfortunate for Iha. That is it for his qualify. He is standing on a 76. Let's see if that's going to be good enough for him to make it into tomorrow's top 32.
I know he's probably nervous. Hopefully it pays off, and he did make it in the top 32. But up next, getting his tires warmed up is going to be number 888, Kenji Yamada, in his Larada Club Racing VL S15. Also, it's powered by an SR, got an 81 on his first qualify run. He's pulling up to the start line right now. And right there at the start line, you can see him. That's Kubo, so hands down to him. Or Kuro. He's been toughing out the weather all the last 2 days.
Oh, Kuroda, yeah. Kuroda's our starter.
So hands down to him.
Rain or shine, he's there with no umbrella or anything. Getting hit by the...
At least he has good gear.
So here we go. Kenji Yamada is going to make his second qualify run.
Good job into outer zone 1. Swinging around to outer zone 2. Here he is to outer zone 3. Coming real aggressive in outer zone 3. See how he's going to transition here through the touch and go. Letting a little off on the throttle. Oh, and almost losing it through that finish right there. Definitely saved himself coming up to that outer zone 4. Let's see this replay. Not bad coming into outer zone 1 right there. Leaving outer zone 2 a little early and coming into outer zone 3 real early.
Yeah, but right here at the finish line, yeah, that's not a clean way to finish. He saved a spin pretty much. So
we'll see here. He got an 81, like I said before, in his first qualify run. Doesn't look too well there at the finish. Look at that. Oh, 81 again. So yeah, he was very aggressive throughout that first half of the track, but it's at that second half he just couldn't collect himself and kind of almost overshot outer zone 4.
yeah, I mean, I think everybody kind of feels relieved after they pass us in front of the judging stand and makes it all the way to the towards the end of the track, and they do a transition, and there's a lot of things that happen over there. So that's kind of scary. What's going to happen for the tandems too.
And here we go, number 80, Yuta Komatsu coming up. Got an 80 on his first qualify run in his IS 350.
Nice flick.
Nice, very aggressive flick. See if he can carry that all the way through into outer zone 3 here. Not too bad. Rolling into outer zone 3, leaving outer zone 3 just a little early, but that, let's see how he transitions through, dipping a tighter right there, and shooting rocks at us up here at the stand. And able to not hold on right there at the end. Man, he was going off-roading left and right all over the place. Woo.
Yeah, so he was shooting rocks at us, thanks to Komatsu. Thanks to Komatsu, but nice flick, I like that. He did come a little short on outside zone 2 because he was kind of reversing it in, but I would have to say that was a very aggressive, exciting run by Komatsu. It looks like a different driver now because he looks like there's a flare under him. That was really nice up until he messed up at the end. That would have been a higher score than an 80, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, he doesn't get a score for that because he did spin out at the finish line, and that is going to be an incomplete.
Yeah, he's getting very aggressive with his driving over the years. First year that he was here, you could see the hesitation in him and how he was operating. But after the last 2 years, he's just kind of said, you know what, I'm going to make things happen. What's going on?
Yeah. He should have did that run on his first run. That's what I'm talking about, where they're kind of not pushing it from the first run, so it's kind of a waste because they're playing it a little too safe on the first run, and the second run, they try to do a little bit better. And just imagine if he did that on his first run and made it work on his second run. I mean, that would have been
but it's almost like
score.
a comfort blanket. Whenever you get a run in, you get score in the book, and then you go. But let's see this next driver coming up. It's going to be Ikuo Saito in his Motis Good Ride West. JZX100 Chaser coming real aggressive, bringing some heat into outer zone 3 here. Let's see how he's going to carry that transition through into outer zone 4, where a lot of drivers have been struggling. Looks like he played it a little safe there in outer zone 4, but got a 74 on his first run.
Yeah, so like the initiation too, not a crazy flick. There you go. It's kind of a average, low energy initiation to transition, but I'm not going to say that there's a lot of mistakes. The only major mistake I see is right here. There's a little bit of wobble and had to get back on the clutch and on gas to keep the car drifting.
There you go, the drone view right there. Not too bad, leaving outer zone 3. Dipped a little bit there and kind of like saved himself, played it safe. Was able to get all of outer zone 4, but he kind of had to hesitate himself and play it safe in the approach. But yeah, I know you all see the drones chasing after the vehicles. Hopefully you'll see a good clip afterwards here soon.
Yeah, there you go. So how are they doing? How's everybody doing on
Man,
the score?
76. They're
Hey,
close.
that's 2 points more than what he did earlier. He got a 74 earlier, so he did better his score by 2 points. So 76 is what he's going to have to make sure, or
to try to solidify a spot for the
to
top
get
32.
into the top 32. Yeah, so how's everybody's scoring going? Pretty accurate or what?
Not too bad. It looks like they were a little off on that one. They were in the low 80s.
So we're fired.
Yeah, they thought he did better than what y'all thought. But yeah, where's everybody viewing from? Let me see that. While we're waiting for Mizutani here to get ready for his next qualify run. Here you go, Daichi Mizutani. Looks like he's getting the green light to go. Got a 76 on his first qualify run. And here he is ripping, coming up to outer zone 1. Beautiful
Nice
flick into outer zone 1. Didn't quite get all the way to the back end of outer zone 2, but there he is in outer zone 3. Nice job making it happen, but is he going to be able to collect himself here at the end? And yes, sir, he did. Nice finish by Mizutani. Could have been a little bit more aggressive in that outer zone 4, but finished strong.
Yeah, the very exciting initiation by Mizutani. Here you go, nice flick. Fields the outside zone 1. Doesn't make it all the way out to outside zone 2. Comes a little short. Barely keeps it in, but fields outside zone 3. And right here, it looks like he had to cut in a lot to do, or he almost had to reinitiate going into the transition before the outside zone 4. So that's going to actually hurt his style score once again.
There you go, you can see that view. Missing out, like getting on that fine edge of outer zone 2, but there he was able to carry it all the way through outer zone 3. And I see all the different places everybody's saying, but then we got scores coming in too. So it's a little bit of everything coming in this chat right now. Love the global, you know, love 79 right there.
Yeah, so he does better his score by 3 points because he got a 76 earlier.
But yeah, not bad for the scores. But yeah, we got coming from everywhere. Australia, Kansas, you got Virginia, New York, Texas, Portugal, Arizona, Norway.
Virginia, Iowa, Brazil, Nevada, Brazil, Texas, U.S., Kuwait, nice. Australia, New Zealand. Oh, let's go. And now the next driver, number 46, Yasuhiro Takahashi, is doing his second run. He's sitting on an incomplete.
Here he is coming around outer zone 3. Not too bad in outer zone 3. Hesitated a little bit leaving outer zone 3. But how he's going to finish here? Ooh. Almost got too wild there in that last part of that touch and go. Not really what the judges are looking for there with that, I don't know what you want to call that, that transition, the aggressive transition that he had there.
All right, so an average initiation, let's see. Oh man, he doesn't make it out to the outside zone 2. Drags his car to the outside zone 3, tries to fill the zone, and right here, does an all right job through here, but he kicks a little bit too much angle going through there. And it looks like he comes a little short onto outside zone 4.
So yeah, he's got 580 horsepower in that 180 SX. So I saw someone saying something about underpowered. He's controlling it pretty well, but you know, he positioned himself pretty bad in a lot of these zones.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to be getting as a score because he is sitting on an incomplete from his previous run in his 180. And like you said, it's an SR powered car, and it is a very basic car. There's not much cut out of it. Very basic everything, but he does drive it really well.
I'm excited to see his new build, though. Hopefully he'll have it at Ebisu for round 2.
Yeah, because on the, you know, earlier on their papers.
There you go, 75.
75, so let's see if that's going to be good enough for him to make it into the top 32 for tomorrow. He might be on the bubble.
He really is. But yeah, like we were talking about his next build, hopefully he'll have it ready next month for Ebisu, round 2. Next up at the line, got a 77 on his first qualify score. It's going to be Takatoshi Imamaida in his 5X tire Navigate Penske KRC MJC Sylvia S13. Here he is coming real aggressive. Oh, toned it down on that flick and really grabbed that e-brake there for a while, coming into outer zone 2. They made a huge adjustment moving outer zone 1 to outer zone 2. Here he is coming around. Oh! Good job. Good job. That's 90 there.
All right, let's check our RF play out. Right here, it looks like he was on the e-brake for a good few minutes. But yeah, he initiated a little too early. Transitions going through outside zone 3, does a good job there. Makes it around the touch and go. Then right here, he bakes it at outside zone 4 and pretty much spins out going through the outside, finish line. So he is going to have to fight for that top 32 spot with the 77 point that he has from the first run.
So unfortunately, got it incomplete. So we'll have to hope that 77 is going to be enough for him to roll into the top 32 spots. It looks like we're ready to progress on to number 5. Tomoki Tanaka in his V-Style Good Ride with Tetsujin JZX 100 Chaser. Got a 78 on his first qualify run. Where is he gonna dial in that improvement for this second qualify run?
Yeah, he screwed up his first run, but he is exciting to watch.
Oh, coming in nice aggression right there to outer zone 2. Beautiful job. Look at that, early in the outer zone 3, right at the right pitch, coming into the nice angle. Real hot into that touch and go, and look at that, nice aggression into that outer zone 4.
Wow. You know what, I have to say, it's kind of sloppy, and it's not fluid, but it is exciting to watch.
It is. See this replay coming in. Look at it, real aggressive in the outer zone 1.
Nice flick right there. Makes it out to outside zone 2. Very nice flick, very nice transition. Extends it a little bit to the outside zone 3, and has to kind of beam it through straight coming out of outside zone 3, but I like the way he handles outside zone 4 too, because he gives enough angle to drive around that.
You have a good point. Like at the end, through that touch and go, he had a lot of commitment into outer zone 4.
Exactly.
Even though he's carrying all that momentum, he's like, I got this.
Yep, that's called commitment. So.
Thank you. The definition, please. Here he is, swinging around outer zone 3, and look at that, full on. And you still see a smoke trail going, so beautiful job.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to say as a style judge, he did make a good amount of mistakes, but on top of that, it was very aggressive. And he was going for something aggressive, and he was going for something very exciting. So obviously it's going to be easier for him to make a mistake, but I think he did a good job kind of putting it into its place.
How do you feel about his entry? You think that's a very chaseable run? Because, you know, there's some controversy. People saying he kind of came in reverse entry with the e-brake pull and kind of a long...
I get that if it was, how can I say it?
There you go, 90.
90
Whoa.
points, there you go.
Huge jump for
From a 70.
Tanaka.
Yeah, he had a 78 earlier, and now he got a 90. Yeah, that entry, there was a lot of angle that he threw, but I would have to say that would be the limit because it's hard to explain, but when you look at the track from the top, it's not just a crank. It kind of goes back once towards the outside zone 3 on the outside zone. How can I say it? It's like an S. It's a huge S. So you would need a good amount of angle to clear that too.
Looks like Yuji Saito's up and ready to go, coming up to outer zone 1. He got an 83 on his first qualify run. Always coming out aggressive. Oh, really yanking that e-brake all the way through. That's definitely going to affect him here, riding around outer zone 3 and not letting loose here through the touch and go. Making it happen to outer zone 4 there, but man, that was a long crank there. Here's the
Yeah, I would
replay.
have to say that was a very long e-brake pull. Yeah, I think he could have gave it a little earlier and slowed the car down quickly, not, you know, extending the e-brake that long.
Yeah,
And right there too, outside zone 4, there was a bobble that he made, not smooth. So I'm not going to say that. That might be hard to beat because he got an 83 for his first run, and that might be a hard score to beat for him from this run, because I can see in the outside zone 2, he doesn't feel it so well. You can see a little gap outside zone 3 from the outside line. Right here does a good job at touch and go, and right around here too where he hesitates. He doesn't make it all the way out to the outside zone 4.
It looks like
along the line.
It looks like he was banking on the momentum that he was carrying through outer zone 1. He was able to carry that all the way to the back end of outer zone 2.
Yeah, I have to say that I think Tanaka, which was a driver who just made the run, got the 90 right before Saito. His transition, I really like the way he makes the transition going to outside zone 4.
There you go, 76. So dropped a few points. Going to have to take his 83 from his first qualify run into top 32. But looks like next up is going to be 666. Shuichi in his Vittor Racing with Chadi Boy Style 1 Via.
Yeah, he is squeezing every horsepower and everything he can do out of this car, because I know this car isn't a crazy build, but he's very smooth.
And there he is coming in, got an 86, knocked his bumper off right there off the pylon from outer zone 2 and rolling around outer zone 3 on the back end of it. Here he is coming in front of us, full acceleration into this touch and go. And letting a little bit off just to get into that outer zone 4.
All right, so comparing my style score, comparing the style score that I have gave him earlier into now, it looks like he did. Earlier, he didn't make major mistakes, but he didn't do anything spectacular. But right there, he had to do a steering correction to try to adjust his angle through outside zone 2. And right here, very smooth, going from outside zone 3. The touching go, he does a good job. And right here, after the transition, maybe a little bit of wavering there, but not too bad.
Now we're going to see the drone footage. We can actually see how deep he was in these zones. And there you go right there. Beautiful job in outer zone 1.
A little bit of space at the beginning of outside zone 2. Does a good job on outside zone 3. And right there at the transition, outside zone 4, yeah, it looks like he's a few feet away from the outside.
Really not a bad job. He kind of did a textbook way of leaving outer zone 3 and carrying that little angle through the
Exactly,
touch and
so
go.
it's not about just power, it's about the good balance of how much grip he has and also the way you leave outside zone 3. Very, very important here.
So we'll see if that run was, oh, there you go, 82. So he'll have to use his 86-point first qualify run for hopefully a seat in the top 32. Our next 3 drivers coming up are all on an incomplete, so this is a lot of pressure on them. And the first one that's going to be in this batch of 3 is going to be number 19, Yushi Amagai, in his Good Ride Motorsports with Perfect Style, S15, Sylvia, packed with the 2J, ready to go. Y'all remember with the money green that he had last year. He changed his livery up, teamed up with Good Ride. Here he is, rocking the green and black look, ripping around outer zone 1 to outer zone 3. Oh, almost to a too much angle there. Able to make it happen. Here he is. Can he hold on right here to outer zone 4? And there he is. We'll have to see that replay because it looks like outer zone 3, he had a huge correction, like he came in with too high
it
of an angle.
it looked like he was throwing a little bit too much angle and he had to pull it out a little. Or he also had to run a smaller line too. So I would have to say average job at the initiation, doesn't make it out the outside zone 2, a little bit of bobble outside zone 2, then right there a little bit too much angle. Had to pull a little bit of angle coming out of outside zone 3 to manage to go on the line where he wants to. And right there, good job around outside zone 4, where he did make the major mistake that actually ended up giving him incomplete on his first run. So let's go ahead and check out his run on this drone view.
The bird's eye view. Here we are coming around. Look at that. Outer zone 2, he kind of missed it. And here's where he came in real hard and flicked it. but able to save it and come back around. And like you said, right here's where he kind of spun out on his first run, but able to make it happen. Not the best run I've seen from Amagai. And he'll definitely have to clean it up if he makes it to the top 32. And there you go. You can see the team, the Liberty Walk team, getting ready
to cheer their driver on.
It's pretty awesome. Liberty Walk picked up Yukio Fausto, so it's like two powerhouse of fan teams coming together, making a mega powerhouse.
Yeah, they got a mega team.
There you go, 76.
76 by Amagai. Let's see if where the bubble is. Yeah, I think 76 is might be the bubble. I'm not sure, but
you might be right.
Yeah. And the next driver we have is car number 17, Jin Horino with the Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing. And he has a sponsor, Circuit Hawaii, where he wants to do a shout out. He's supposed to have a VR powered vehicle ready, but he could not make that happen. He's trying to get the car ready for the next round. So he is in his 2JS.
He seemed pretty definite. He's going to make it for sure. So, yeah, shout out to him. Let's see how he goes right here. Looks like he shot a little hard out of outer zone 2 there. And here he is trying to circle around outer zone 3. Didn't quite have a lot of commitment going through outer zone 3 there. And looks like he seems like he's gripping up a little.
Yeah, so he was kind of long. He was dragging the e-brake a little bit long going towards outside zone 2. Let's go ahead and check out the replay. And a good amount of flick right there. Then right there, a lot of decel there. Then doesn't make it all the way through outside zone 3. So it looks like it's a very, very safe run by Horino.
Like I was saying, he got it incomplete on his first qualify run. He had to put something down. Was a little safe, but almost too safe because it caused him a few mistakes throughout that run.
Yeah, then right there, it's like, you know, you get back on gas, and if you're not throwing a good amount of angle, and if you don't have a front end where you're, or front end of your car, if it's not keeping the car planted to stay on the outside line, you get back on the gas, the car is going to try to go in. And that's what it looks like. A lot of drivers are struggling because they try to get back on the gas as soon as possible, but the car starts to go in and it's going to leave the outside zone. So they're not able to stick around and fill the outside zones. And that might be from like car setting, different kinds of...
But a 74 for his qualify run, is that going to get him in?
Yeah, I don't know. That might be tough because I think 76 might be the bubble.
Looks like our next competitor is up and ready to go. Wants to get out of the goose egg of a 0. Number 808, Manabu Fujinaka, in his Awa Tire Japan Environmental Development Racing FD3 RX-7. 3-rotor. But here he is. His son
is Oe, who drove the S50 earlier.
And unfortunately sitting at a 76 right on that threshold. But here he is, his dad coming through. Fujinaka ripping into outer zone 1 and outer zone 2. Let's see if he can carry it. Oh! And getting caught up right there in outer zone 3. Oh, that first 2 zones look phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the outside line. He filled the zones very well. I'm not going to say there was a lot of flare or a lot of crazy flick going into the outside zone 1 and the 2. Let's see right here. Very safe initiation, but he does fill the zones fairly well. Then right here, he does a transition into outside zone 3, and he does over-rotate the car, and that's the end of his weekend right here by the veteran Fujinaka.
But hey, let's hope that his son, with his 76-point qualify run is going to be enough to take him into the top 32.
Yes, and look at all that smoke behind this beautiful purple metallic and yellow and lime green car driven by the fan favorite driver, car number 555, Yukio Fausto, driving the Side X Japan with Liberty Walk S15 Sylvia, packed with a 2J.
Yes, beautiful car, very aggressive driver.
Yeah, and you know what? He was laying down some crazy runs for qualify. For the practice run yesterday. Let's see what he's going to show us for a second run.
Here he is coming up to outer zone 1. Look at this. Not too bad in outer zone 1. Here he is trying to carry it through to outer zone 2. And let's see this smoke show right here and see if he can push it all the way through to outer zone 4. Pumping some smoke out those rear tires. Coming around to outer zone 4. Nice job to hold it tight into that finish right there by Yukio Fausto. So he got an 83 on his first qualify run.
Yeah, so, man, he's nowhere near outside zone. Well, not as close to outside zone 1. Doesn't get too deep on outside zone 2. There's a lot of angle, but he does have to wait to catch the car from over-rotating, taking out a little bit of angle leaving or within outside zone 3. Doesn't smoothly go out to outside zone 4 either. So I'm not going to say that this is the cleanest run that I've seen Fausto do.
There you go. We got Fausto's fan base not only online but out here. So there's some of his teammates and fans lined up along the ridge line, anticipating the score for Yukio Fausto. I must say, if you can make it out here, it's a phenomenally built car. There you go. Drone giving them some love right there. So we'll see what his score will come out to. 72, so he's going to take that 83 into the top 32.
Yeah, so it looked like it was a sloppy run by Yukio Fausto. But like I said, his practice runs that we saw yesterday, the ability is there. It's just the timing and stuff. But we're going to be moving on to the top 32 and the head-to-head battle, see how he's going to do there. Let's go ahead and check out the rest of the drivers that are doing their second runs.
And here you go, number 99, Kazuyo Matsukawa got a 79 on his first qualify run in his AE85. There he is in the outer zone 2, ripping around early into outer zone 3. Not too bad, carrying it all the way around, but can he hold strong to the finish here into outer zone 4? Not too bad in the outer zone 4 right there, but...
Hey, that was a very, very clean, nice run. It's not as aggressive as some of these drivers, but very clean.
Making it happen right there in his Hiroshima Toyota Team Droopy AE85. Look at that right there. Getting all of outer zone 2, early into outer zone 3, all the way around. Nice angle coming into this touch and go. Almost like he just kind of made it a giant sweeper throughout that touch and go. And then up into outer zone 4, committing, throttling all the way through.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and check this run out from the drone footage. Fills outside zone 1, gets in deep. Outside zone 2, does a good job there. Good amount of angle throughout. Nice transition. Fills outside zone 3 very well. I like the way he carries the angle and takes the car all the way to the outsides of the zones. Kind of doesn't reach all the way out to the outside zone 4, but definitely did a good job overall. And there you go, 89 points.
10-point increase by Matsukawa.
That was a very good job by Matsukawa. Barely couldn't make it to the 90-point run, but that was a good enough run for him to make sure he is in the top 32 for sure for tomorrow.
Next up is going to be Kanta Yanaguida in his Ling Long Tire Drift Team Orange JZX 100 Chaser that he debuted in Sugo and podiumed at Sugo.
Yeah, the debut.
Hopefully he'll make the whole entire season, because last year he came in kind of late.
And he did only a few rounds.
Yeah, so here he is coming in, got an 84 on his first qualify run. There he is with the aggression into outer zone 2. Nice subtle flick into outer zone 3, transitioning around.
Wow.
Let's see if he can carry this all the way around to outer zone 4.
Wow, he's like on the edge.
Just hovering the whole time.
He had to stretch it a little bit for outside zone 4, but everything else looked very, very good and aggressive.
Kind of kept it together, yeah, right there. But watch this replay. Watch how in this touch and go, his tire is literally just on that edge of the track.
I like the aggressive flick that he made. There's a little bit of a steering correction he had to make at the outside zone 2, but man, very clean run. And right there, right on the edge, doesn't go off tire. Right there, the transition, if it was a little bit more smoother, it would have been almost perfect. But I mean, yeah, I'm just being picky because we're supposed to be. They're all professionals, but very good job by Kanta driving the JZX 100 Chaser of Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange.
So there's the drone footage right here. Nice job coming around, and here it is to outer zone 4. Wasn't quite deep enough, but had to sacrifice a little so he didn't take too much.
92 points. Wow, yeah, so the two young drivers, Hokuto Matsuyama and Kanta, they're both in their mid-20s, both in the 90s.
Wow.
Hey, it's time for a change in Japan. It's time to pass the torch, right?
There you go, right there.
The young drivers
proven.
are kicking butt right now. This is very impressive.
Next up is going to be number 33, Junya Ishikawa in the Hiroshima Toyota Team Droopy 86. Got a 75 on his first qualify run. Also a young driver.
Yeah, driving the Toyota 86 from Team Droopy. This is, I believe, his third year with
Here
the
he
series.
is coming around. Nice job in outer zone 1. Oh! Looks like he is probably going to have to lock in that 75. Something happened there. Outer zone 1 coming into outer zone 2.
That was a crazy amount of understeer.
Let's see this. Yeah.
Yeah, so we know, the straightening portion of it. This track does have going from outside zone 3 to the touch and go, and the cars shallow up a lot. But obviously, we don't want to see what Ishikawa just did, where there was a hard understeer leaving outside zone or going into outside zone 2, and pretty much that is going to give him an incomplete, and he's going to fight for a spot for a 75. But I don't even know if that's good enough.
Oh, looks like Tamagawa is going to make it. So Yoshihiko Tamagawa was unfortunately not able to make his first qualify run. He's with the Car Guy Racing in his JZA80 Supra. Many of y'all know this Supra from the past few years. His livery's kind of stuck in many of our minds, as colorful it is. But let's see how he's going to do, for this is going to be his first qualify run. Got about 900 horsepower packed under the hood.
Hey, and everybody runs a 2J, but this car is the car that came in a 2J. This is the Toyota Aristos. Well, the GS is in the US.
True.
But, so this is an OG 2J car.
Let's see how he does here. Here he is, coming pretty aggressive in outer zone 1. Nice job in outer zone 1, carrying it through to outer zone 2. Oh, looks like his e-brakes a little much on that for outer zone 3. Coming around to the touch and go and transitioning over to the outer zone 4. Kind of safe. Was a little aggressive, kind of safe, but yeah, played the e-brake a little bit too much throughout that run.
Yeah, I would have to say he's doing what he's supposed to, missing it by a little bit, but I'm not seeing any huge mistakes that he's made in the run. Very smooth. Right here, a little bit too much e-brake, but I'm not going to say that it was I would have to say the very average clean run. by Tamagawa.
We'll see what his score is going to be. Like we said, he was unfortunately not able to make the first run. Did they say why he didn't make that first run?
No, I didn't hear.
Okay. Because his car has been pretty reliable for him for the last 3 seasons, so not sure what went wrong there. Let's see, there you go, 83. What a way to come out for his first qualified run.
So there you go. I think the being smooth and clean helped out because he did fill the zones, as you can see.
So it looks like we're coming down to our last 6 drivers here. Up next is number 77, Yusuke Kusaba. He is rocking the brand new Team Cusco Racing GR86. Got an 8.6 for his first qualify run. Let's see
was
if
that
he
on
can bump
purpose?
that up. I think it was, because he was debuting it. But we'll see here. Having about 1,000 horsepower under the hood. Running a 2J. Here he is coming up to the outer zone 1. Not too bad in the outer zone run. Nice. Beautiful job in the outer zone 2. Ripping around the outer zone 3 and filling all of it, bumping that pylon off to the side. And here he is coming up to the touch and go to outer zone 4. Oh, adjusted a little bit there, but able to hold on and get to outer zone 4.
Yeah, that transition that he just made after the touch and go is a big no-no, I think. Let me go ahead and check out the replay, but right here, good job holding the angle, filling the outside zone 1, filling the outside zone 2, and now the smoke is actually lingering to the judging stand right now, but great job. But right here, right there, that transition.
Little bobble there.
That was not a clean transition style judge-wise.
Man, other than that, that would have been a solid run.
Yeah, that would have been a very solid run.
Look at that. Beautiful job getting into the zone, swinging back around early into outer zone 3, able to utilize all the space of outer zone 3. And look at that. Clean transition over. And then this is where the other transition, when he comes back outer zone 4, he kind of messed up. Man, but I must say I'm very impressed by the control and commitment he has with his car. And once again, he got an
86.
So he got 2 8.6s with his 8.6.
Hey, is he doing it on purpose?
I'll ask him.
Is this like promotion, GR86?
I'm going to ask him that. But I'm not going to lie. He's doing a phenomenal job in this car and really owning this car early in the season.
Yeah, let's give all the 8.6s 86 points.
That's you guys are doing that then, huh? Not him.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't give himself the score. You guys give him the points.
No, he's actually doing a good job trying to get that score.
Oh, okay. Did he?
Yeah, but you know what? He would have got a higher score if he would have made that transition better right before we're outside zone 4. Seriously.
That was a phenomenal run up until the end.
All right, so this is car number 38, Tadahiro Fukada driving the Tanabe SSRT Dunlop with Weld JZX 100.
Oh, looks like he's coming a lot more aggressive into the outer zone 1 to outer zone 2. The OG driver of Formula Drift Japan. Look at that. So he must have had an energy drink here in the break, but look at that. He's bringing some fire this time. Coming around the transition, or the touch and go into outer zone 4 here. Little hesitant into outer zone 4, but that is night and day from his first qualify run till now. He got a 76 on his first qualify run, and right there he actually brought some emotion into his driving.
Yeah, as a style judge, I'm not going to say that was spectacular, but very smooth and subtle. Almost a textbook run where he fills the zones as much as he needs to, and on throttle. Looks like he's a little hesitant getting back onto 4, outside zone 4, but other than that, it looks very smooth. So definitely not going to be the highest score, but it's not going to be very low either.
Yeah, would you say that was better than his first qualify run?
Oh, for sure. I think his first run, he got a 76 on it, and it looked like he was not awake yet. So it looks like he woke up and finally got into his racing suit and decided to go drifting.
So there you go. Wasn't quite deep into outer zone 4 there. But we'll see here. Should be a lot better than his first qualified score of 76. But we will see.
Well, I'm just saying that as a style judge because I'm not even watching the line. And well, I did a little on the replays, but oh, there you go, 78.
Boom, 78. So a little bit better. By Fukada right there, the OG, been here from day one. Next at the line is going to be number 311, Naoto Suenaga. He was in an S15 last year, but he's actually in this 370Z that was driven by Kumakubo. Kumakubo actually podiumed him first at Fuji the last round of last year.
So this is Atlas Tire Drift Team Fukushima 370Z, C34.
Powered by a VR38. Here he is coming around to outer zone 2. And here he is on the outside line of outer zone 3. Looks like he's cleaning up a little bit more than his first run with a touch and go here back to the outer zone 4 here. Oh! And struggled just a little bit entering into that outer zone 4. So 81 was his first qualifier run. Is that going to be enough to get him boost a little higher?
It looks like he's on the line well, but what I have to say is it still looks like he's hesitant on throwing angle in the car, and it looks like he's still feeling the car. There you go. He doesn't go right to the rate of angle from one side to the other. It looks like he's taking it easy and taking it safe so that he doesn't lose it. Like right here, he could have threw it harder and got on gas harder, but he kind of had to wait. So overall, I'm not going to say that that was a very committed run. I would have to say very fluid, but not too committed.
Here's the bird's eye view coming around to outer zone 1. Real deep in outer zone 1. Right on that, had a tire in outer zone 2. And early into outer zone 3 there, you can see knocking on the pylon. And then carrying it all the way around through that touch and go. But yeah, definitely letting off for quite a bit into outer zone 4. 83.
He did up 2 points from his first run, which was 81. So he got an 83. And I think the 80s, you're kind of in the safe zone to be in the top 32. So we should be able to see him for tomorrow's tandem.
And here we are, final 3 qualifiers for round 1 here at Suzuka Twin Circuit. So if you're just tuning in, we had a first half, had an hour break, and here we are in the second half for the second part of qualifying. 47 drivers. We've seen some good runs, some runs, but for the most part, it's been pretty solid throughout the day. We've had beautiful weather. I am very scared for tomorrow, though, but I won't talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
But you can look at the forecast.
Yeah.
But here we are, up at the line, ready to go is number 36, Kazumi Takahashi, in his TMS Racing Team Cylone tire. E92 BMW, got an 85 on his first qualify run.
Yeah, and it looked like he wanted more because he did make a few mistakes and he still got an 85. Let's see what he's got to show us.
Here he is coming in real aggressive in outer zone 1. Could have been a lot deeper into outer zone 1. Not sure what happened there, but let's see how he's going to carry it through the rest of the course all the way around outer zone 3. Transitioning real hard into outer zone 4 here. He was definitely really aggressive on that second part of the track.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and check that replay out real quick. Here we go. He does miss outside zone 1 by a good amount as a line. A little bit of a bobble connecting outside zone 1 to 2. Good job on outside zone 3. Fairly good amount of angle going through the touch and go. And a nice transition. Not going to say a fully committed transition. I think everybody's watching out because a lot of people are making mistakes after the transition right before the outside zone 4.
Here's a bird's eye view again. Swinging around to outer zone 3. Not too bad in outer zone 3, utilizing all the space provided. And look at that, carrying it all the way around, being very aggressive into outer zone 4 here. There you go.
Yeah, but I am, to be honest, I think his first, or as a style judge, I think his first run was a lot more aggressive and he played it a little more safe.
And you're right, 83 is what he gets. 85 was his first score, so it looks like he'll take a 2-point cut, but he'll take his 85 and run with it.
Exactly. That's still a good job looking at the average scores that we are getting. But let's go ahead and check this out. This guy is sitting on an incomplete currently. He only has his one run. This is car number 4. Tetsuya Hibino driving the LB Silhouette Works GTR R35 with
a 4-rotor single turbo.
4-rotor
So
single
last
turbo.
year he was in an S15 Liberty Walk kit. Yukio Fausto is now rocking that kit, making it look sexy as ever.
Yeah, and then he made this car look so good around the track on his first run, but he had to shut down because of mechanical issues right before the finish line. So that was a waste of one run. But let's see what he's going to do and how he's going to handle the second run.
Here he is coming around, coming up to outer zone 1. And look at that, coming in real aggressive. No care in the world, trying to give flair for this Liberty Walk R35. Coming around to outer zone 3. Beautiful job kicking those pylons out. Real aggressive. Trying to make it happen here into outer zone 4. And oh man, that touch and go region was a very iffy area because he left outer zone 3, and let's see this replay.
Yeah, I have some bad news because I don't know if the car is down on power, but he doesn't make it all the way out to outside zone 2. Then he does fine on outside zone 3. Then right here, right in front of the judging stand, he has to drive straight.
Man, I'm gonna have to see that replay one more time because that was a close call. Because, like Robbie always says, when the driver straightens up, it's an incomplete, automatic incomplete. I know that's one thing he explained from outer zone 3 to outer zone 4, the touch and go. That's a very iffy area of where a lot of drivers look like they're straightening up, but they're carrying on because you can see how it's supposed to sweep all the way around. And you can see the black lines, how it sweeps all the way around to the transition to outer zone 4. So I got the judges reviewing it one more time. Here's that iffy part. It's hard to tell because his tires never countered back the other way, all the way. What do y'all think out there? Look at that Liberty Walk team right there.
All right, we did a lot of the replays, and I'm pretty sure that you guys see what we see too, because that was pretty straight going from outside zone 3, and that wasn't really even a burnout going straight through. And there you go. We're gonna have to give him an incomplete for a second run because of the car not performing the way it's supposed to.
That's not the way Tetsuya Hibino wanted to come out. Last year he came out in the #1 qualifying position here at Suzuka Twin.
Man, I thought it was gonna, I mean, think about it. He qualified first last year here, so you know the abilities. This must have been some kind of mechanical issue. The car is not able to, maybe the clutch was slipping, I don't know. Or maybe it's down on power, but then yeah, I mean, we have to keep it fair for everybody. It doesn't matter if he qualified before or if he's a number 3 contender from last year's championship. He straightened, and that's not the area we want the cars to be straightening. So it is really unfortunate, but Tetsuya Hibino is out for the weekend by getting 2 incomplete first qualifier runs.
There's 3 judges to make that call, so yeah, that's a tough call by y'all. But here we are, the final qualifier. Got a 75. The champ himself, Koichi Yamashita, number 8, and with Team Weldon's JZX100 coming out real aggressive into outer zone 1 to outer zone 2 transition. Coming around to outer zone 3 here. Oh, is he able to hold it? Coming around into this touch and go right on that edge. And here he is coming up to outer zone 4.
Oof.
A little safe on that outer zone 4 transition.
Yeah, I think he took it a little easy after the transition at the outside zone 4. We have to take that in consideration too, but Fairley does a good job on everything else throughout the track. And I'm not going to say that he was being as aggressive as he should be. The rate to angle, the angle wasn't crazy at outside zone 1. Does a good job on outside zone 3. So I would have to say line-wise, he does pretty good. Angle, good enough. But right here too, having to wait to carry the car to the outside zone 4-2, that's going to actually hurt his style score because he's not getting right on gas where he's supposed to.
And here's the drone footage. But yeah, we were talking about earlier. So 2021 here at Suzuka Twin, the results of it, Koichi Yamashita actually took home first place podium. So we'll see if he could do back-to-back. Also, he's a back-to-back champ, so can he three-peat this year? So it's definitely a goal of his. He wants to three-peat. There's only been one three-peat so far. It was Andrew Gray. But let's see here. What the final score is for him.
Yeah, we're having guesses right now by some of the drivers, but it looks like there's a lot of 80s. But you have to, I got to remind you, this is, oh, there you go.
There you go, 83. So 8-point increase.
I believe that might be good enough for him to be in the top 32, but man, it's unfortunate not to be able to see Tetsuya Hibino compete in the brand new build that they have, R35 GTR. Not being able to make it into the top 32 for the first round is actually going to really, really hurt for the championship. But hopefully we can see them back and stronger for the next round.
Oh man, it looks like, what is it? Matsuyama and Yanaguida are neck and neck, but let's see who got the higher score for their first one. It's actually Yanaguida.
Oh wow, so Kanta.
Kanta looks like he might get the first position, but hey, it's not official yet. I'm just going off with my board. Yep. I'm just trying to guesstimate, but hey, appreciate y'all out there for viewing, checking us out, commenting, telling us what's going on.
Yeah, so I think they're going to go and try to grab the #1 qualifier and get a quick interview from him. I think the Motor Games girls might be doing an interview with them, and if they are going to do it in Japanese, I'll go ahead and translate it.
But I must say, we've had a beautiful day today for qualifying and drifting. Hopefully tomorrow we can carry through for the top 32 and top 16. It's going to be a very long day of some intense tandem battles.
Yeah, and you know what? I got my fingers crossed for the weather because, I mean, if it's like this today, if it's like the way it is today, it's going to be nice, being able to smell smoke, tire smoke. And being able to see the smoke, that's actually going to interfere with the drivers, and that sucks, I know.
Yeah,
been there, done that, but
unfortunately last year, that's what we had to deal with. We dealt with a lot of rain, dry, and during qualifying, they had to deal with like the dry spell before the rain, and it happened all over again during the top 32, top 16. So hopefully we don't run into that mess. We've been lucky with the wet weather. Thursday for setup, it was raining. We let that get out the way. Friday, we had amazing practice. Today, we had amazing weather. So hopefully it can carry through for us tomorrow where it really matters, the tandem battles.
So to my right, to your left, guys, is Kenny Harris over here. And right here, that's Tom Saiba to the right. In the middle is Nobuteru Taniguchi, the commentator. Next to him is our other judge, Yoichi Mamura. Right next to him is the stranger from the U.S., Slide or Die, Chiro Yoshihara, our guest judge, and it is me, Ravi Nishida, talking. And if you don't like my voice, please mute the show, and then Kenny. Oh, there you go. We're back over here again, but
exactly.
So they're like, oh, we gotta look this way, we gotta look that way, we gotta look this way.
But hey, appreciate y'all viewing in, checking us out, giving us some comments for us to read, and helping us with our technical difficulties. So thank you for that. We love you guys out there. The fans, or not the fans, the drivers love you guys for checking us out. And yeah, I'm looking forward to top 32. Oh, there's the URL right there that he's showing.
Or you could just go to the websites. Check out the social media plugs. You'll find a way to find the live stream tomorrow.
Well, what he's really trying to show is next week also we have FDJ2. So it's a back-to-back doubleheader weekend or back-to-back weekends for us.
All right, so I guess we're not going to go to the we're not going to go to the interview for the first qualifier. So we're going to go ahead and close this out. But thank you very much once again for joining us. And it was a long day, but hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Make sure you're back and check us out on the hot battles.
Yes, thank you all. Love y'all.
Love you.
Good job, Robbie.
革新のカーボンベゼル Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ
ご観戦ありがとうございました。この後ですね、明日のこの決勝トーナメントです。ごめんなさい。はい、了解です。選手のご紹介。まあその前に今回のチーム。キャンゲル1ステージ。ステージの方で行われます。そして3組のご紹介もあります。最終も行われますので、まだまだどうなんですか。We love you guys for your entertainment.